And good day to you, everybody who's tuning in today. I hope you're doing fantastic. Hope today's been nothing but wonderful for you. We're back today, and we're looking for some Spearow on Route 22. We've had a lot of luck with the other Pokemon we've seen so far, except for Spearow. Mankey line is done, Rattata line is done, Spearow not to be found. So we're gonna just kinda go into this with an open mind and hope for the best. So here's... oh, what did I do? Okay, we're good. Here's to that. Let's just try to manifest the energy we need for a shiny Spearow. I'm just gonna type a poll in here real quick and we'll get straight into her. Alright, just getting this typed out and we will be straight into it, so sorry for the wait here. Oh geez, hit caps lock there. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day, by the way. I did say that when I opened up. But odds are nobody was here to actually hear that, so... hope you're all doing well, having a fantastic afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. We got the poll in there. Sorry that that took me a minute. But that's pretty much all we got to do before we get right into this. I'll just post in Discord real quick saying we are live. There we go. That's about all she wrote. So, without further ado, I'm going to stop stalling here, and I'm going to get straight into it. Hey, Gibble, how's it going? Happy Friday. You excited to be rolling into the weekend? Anything fun you got planned? Heck yeah, sorry, it just took me a minute there to get everything all typed out and ready to go. I still didn't get my what do you call it? My copyright-free music all set up, so I can't really use my intro at the moment, but we're gonna get into that. You know what? I considered that might be the case when when I asked you that. That's kind of funny. But hey, that's kind of unfortunate, but hopefully hopefully have some good things coming for the weekend anyway, and you got some stuff to look forward to for when you do have time off. Hey Totodile, what's up? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome to the stream. Bailey, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate it. And hey, it's all good. I almost passed out too, so I don't blame you. Hey Damo, how's it going? Hey, nice. Gotta love it, gotta love it. Okay, all I gotta do now is just reset our timer to what we were at last stream. There we go. Boom. And just like that, we're off to the races, guys and gals. Yeah, that was crazy last stream, coming with the Rattata and the Mankey. I was so hyped, honestly. I didn't seem like it because I was super tired, but I was so hyped. That was awesome. So, do we have anything to... I guess I can show it off real quick if you guys weren't here. Friday, time to be violent. Hey, guys gotta have fun. Guys gotta have fun. There we go. So these are the 2 shinies we got last stream. So wait, there's 3. Okay, so these are the 3 we got on the route. So you'll see on screen number 7, Gouda. That was the first one we got. This was actually on route 2. And then we have the second one was on screen number 4, Apom, the Mankey. That was route 22 last stream, and then at the end of last stream, number 13, we got Bree. Yeah, it was right at the end of the stream. Well, I was literally 250 away from quitting. I'm just doing my made-up challenge. I'm shiny hunting all the good Pokemon cards I have. For example, V, V-Star, V-Max. You know, Totodile, I don't know if you're interested in content creation, but that's a great idea. And you know, if you don't... actually, I think someone's done that. Yeah, I think I saw a video of that once. But that's still awesome. That'll be fun. Third Mankey wouldn't kill because you could bring it to home and make it its new evolution. Yeah, that's true. That would be cool. I've never used that service before, but that would be cool to use for sure. I'm shiny hunting Evo right now, or Evo. I was reading the end of Damo's message there. I'm shiny hunting Eevee right now. Nice. What are you going to evolve it into? And are you getting all the forms? Do you have the cards for all of them? And Gibble says never mind. Alright. Works for me. Way back in the day, the same guy who made the badge quest made something where you open a pack and get all the mods in it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I was sure I saw something of the sort, I just didn't know what. I'm also, I'm really happy to announce that I finally have thought of a really good idea I'm liking that I'm gonna go all in on for a nice long form video that's gonna probably take me a little bit longer than I'd like. I have some stuff that's gonna come in the meantime, but definitely stay tuned for that. It's there's a lot of heart and soul that's gonna go into it, so I'm sure you guys will appreciate it. But I honestly thought the idea up relatively recently, like right before I started stream, and oh, just got me going, got me real excited. So yeah, just wanted to let you guys know that. Hack Quest, if I remember correctly, his channel is gone. Really? See, the one I saw, I think I honestly saw it in the last like 6 months, so maybe somebody copied it. But at the end of the day, content creation, how does the saying go? It's if you steal, like if you take inspiration from one person, it's plagiarism. If you take inspiration from a bunch of people, it's research. So you think about it as like in the art or the content creation, however you want to look at that sector, everybody just takes an iteration of something and they repurpose it however it fits their niche or their individual values. It's, I mean, that's just how it's been, and it'll probably continue to be that way. Oh, it's been a thing for years. I mean, like, I've known some shiny hunters for 10 plus years now. Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's quite a bit that have been on there for a long time, which it really impresses me that, like, you can keep relevance for 10 years in such a niche interest. I mean, I guess maybe it's not because it is Pokemon. So at the end of the day, there's still millions of people who enjoy it. It's just not quite as popular as most things. But now that they're making shiny rates, like making shiny Pokemon rather, way more encounterable, I would argue that it's probably more popular than ever to be interested in shiny Pokemon. Especially given, like, in Pokemon Go, in all the games really, especially like Scarlet and Violet with sandwiches. But yeah, I have a lot of favorites as far as, well, maybe not a lot of favorites, but there's a few shiny hunters that I remember seeing quite a bit when I was younger, and I still do watch to this day. Of course, I'm forgetting names off the top of my head, so I don't have any case examples, but I swear they're there. If I remember, then I'll let you know. I think the diehard fan base is smaller than the 3DS days, but definitely more shiny hunters on Instagram and stuff. And see, that I totally agree, and the thing I really find interesting about that is the fact that if you, which this is going to be my approach to my long form content, which will be kind of a juxtaposition as opposed to my lives. I want to take Pokemon and kind of make it so that it relates to anybody. So if you're not even or I guess not Pokemon. I guess Pokemon, yeah, but shiny hunting in specific. I want to be able to somehow link that topic to something that everybody can relate to. Which I've got an idea for it, like I said. I just, I don't want to spoil anything. But if you can do that, then I think with the amount of people who shiny hunt today, and with the, how do I say this? With the skill or effort put forth to make that specific, I don't know how I meant to say that. I lost my thought. It'll come back to me. Too many things racing on in my head right now. Basically, just like if you can take a message and portray it how you want to, that'll appeal to the mass majority and make it into something like a story that ties in, just something that everybody deals with, then it'll appeal to much more people. And I think that's just more interesting in general. YouTube is just on the decline and is less of a personal thing than X or Instapage. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I can't say that anecdotally. I don't really know. I don't know that from a first-person perspective, but I could see that making sense. At the same time, YouTube is still huge, though. I think I wouldn't say it's really YouTube dying. I would say, or going on a decline. I would say it's more so other social media platforms starting to take their piece of the pie. I could be wrong though. Numbers could genuinely be declining. I'm trying to get a mass outbreak of EV and PLA, but I've been resetting the map for 30 minutes now and still no outbreak. I can't hunt it in the Sword and Shield because I only have Sword. Oh, that's annoying. Darn. Well, I'm sorry about that. I don't really know what the best solution to that is. Surely you can just, yeah, no, I don't know. Gotta be PLA, I guess. Well, it's shiny Pokemon Tube. I'm talking in our sphere only. Oh, I see. My bad. I thought you meant just like YouTube in general. I was gonna say, YouTube is doing pretty damn good, but... Yeah, that's you know, that's good though, because it means you can diversify. And with different platforms, you've got to consider the fact that even though it's the same content, you cater to different people, and thus there's different ways to make the same thing appeal to different people on different platforms. So it really lets a person flourish with their creativity as far as what they want to do, and yeah, just how they want that to come off to the viewer. YouTube is always growing, but ain't making ad money. Well, like always. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to. I make no ad revenue, so maybe one day that would be awesome. But at this point, I cannot speak to that. What I can say is the CPM is highly dependent on what kind of content you make. So somebody can be making a $2 CPM, making some like social media vlogging content, but somebody in the tech industry could be making like a $40 CPM. Which you look at that, that's an insanely, that's a 20x difference, right? So if you are in the right field, then I mean you got to think whoever is paying to have their ads put on the videos, the people who have the most expensive industries, the most, like, the highest demand industries, are going to be willing to pay a lot more, and that's why the CPM goes up so much. That's my take on it anyway. I do have the shiny charm now and sword and shield. I could breed it if I can find an evolution in my boxes. Okay, well yeah, you're doing all right then. YouTube doesn't make Google money. It's profitable, but not for a direct investor wise. I suppose that could be fair. Like I said, I don't have much information on the subject, honestly. I just make stuff, record it, and post it. But eventually, if I'm lucky, then that will be something that I will be able to, I guess, relate to, that I'm gonna have to delve into more. Granted, I mean, if you ask me personally, I don't have a doubt in my mind that's gonna happen. It's just a matter of how long. Because I'm gonna have to put a lot of time and effort into this if I want to accomplish that, but I know I can, and I will. Did you get another shiny when I was gone last stream? Yes, I did. At the very end of last stream, I was gonna go 250 more resets, and then I was gonna shut off the consoles and shut down the stream. And 250 resets, I mean, that's like 10-15 minutes with this setup. Yeah, a little shiny Rattata popped up. So we tossed a ball, we caught it, and that was that. The shiny Rattata got. I was really hoping it would be a Spearow, but sometimes you just can't choose. Beggars cannot be choosers. And given the fact that I'm sitting here with 16 consoles begging for a shiny, essentially, I think that just exemplifies the fact that I do not get to choose. I think that would take all the fun out of it, to be fair. Like, why do I want to choose? Huh? What do you mean? So I just get the Pokemon, and it's not special? I mean, I guess, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. I think to say that is an incorrect statement, because you can repel trick, and in which case you do choose. You just also choose that the hunt is going to take way longer. Same with breeding. So, you know what? That was an uneducated statement. I redact that. That's, yeah, you most definitely can choose. But, I mean, when you're random encounter hunting, that was my reference. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic evening and having a great start to your weekend. I know I'm looking forward to it, that's for sure. It's always nice when I can take my time where I don't have to work and put it into trying to be creative and trying to have more fun with my time as opposed to just thinking about when I get to go home. I wish you could release eggs. You can't? You have to hatch them to get rid of them? I've never tried. Because I never shiny hunted. The eggs I ever... Or I guess, sorry. I never shiny hunted with eggs. Yeah, so any eggs I ever got, I always hatched them. Because sometimes I'd forget, I'd be like, what the hell's that? And then I'd hatch it and be like, oh, oops. That was something that I didn't even mean to, like, because when I was a kid, I'd throw Ditto in the box, and or in the daycare, and I'd just leave it there. And then I'd throw other things to level up. So you'd get a random egg every time. Kids are weird. Like, why do that? I didn't want them. I didn't care for them. The egg showed up and I was like, oh, cool. When did you start shiny hunting? You had to have done at least one egg hunt. So, formally, I started shiny hunting 3 years ago. So, 2020, like 2020, 2021? I started off with actually one console. I had a Game Boy Advance. And I would just soft reset Ruby and Sapphire on my couch when I lived at my parents' house. And I got tired of that because I said one's not fast enough. I got a second one. And then after I got my second Game Boy Advance, I thought that wasn't fast enough, so I got two more. And then I realized you can only really run 4 handhelds at a time comfortably at a fast rate without losing any sort of speed whatsoever. So from there, I decided GameCubes were the move, and then I bought a few so that I had 4, and then I decided that wasn't enough, so I went to 8, then I decided that wasn't enough, so I went to 16. With that being said, that was over the span of 3 years. I had a lot of the stuff beforehand, like a lot of the games, and a lot of the, I guess not the GameCubes and stuff, but the Game Boy games, and I had Game Boy Advances before. I just bought AGS 101s, so it was easier to see the shiny sprite. But with that being said, yeah, in that time I never did an egg hunt. Every hunt that I did, it was a soft reset hunt, or it was a random encounter hunt. And all of those hunts that I did in Ruby and Sapphire were before I was on YouTube, so they're not recorded. I have pictures of every time I found them, but that's about it. There's nothing else to document them, because my living situation, I didn't really have a pretty place to film, or a lot of room, because I was living with my parents, so I don't know, I guess I was just demotivated to even try, which I look back on now and I regret, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and I can't change how I chose to go about things, so that quite literally just is going to be what it's going to be, and I have to deal with that. But now I'm here. I've got my setup in my own house, and I'm comfortable where I record, and I feel like it's an enjoyable space. I feel like it's presentable, which in hindsight I don't really think mattered too much, because if you're looking at the games and the games and listening to the person, doesn't necessarily matter what's behind them. But what I also was neglecting was the fact that I had an RTX 3080, so I very well could have used the blur effect and gotten rid of everything in the background. But with that being said, I would have had to blur it so much that I would have had weird, I want to say it'd be aliasing around my hair where it gets all like fuzzy and stuff. So, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I wish I didn't let that be a deterrent, but I also can look back and understand why I didn't want to start then. But, don't worry, with that being said, once we are done the Kanto Living Dex, or I mean maybe even sometime in the middle, maybe we'll flip-flop between the two, but I'm thinking when we're done the Kanto Living Dex, we're going to pop a bunch of rubies and sapphires into the cubes, and we're gonna do the same damn thing in Hoenn. So I think I've got like a few good years of content planned ahead. I did the math and it should be like, it was like 2 or 2.5. It was a few million resets total. But yeah, we're gonna do Johto, Hoenn, and Kanto. All 16 at once. Like all will be in this setup. Pretty much the exact same. Gen 2 Kanto, or sorry, Gen 2 Johto is going to be a little tough because there's the day and night cycle in those games. So you have to find some sort of way to be able to, because the only way to change the time is by taking the trainer ID and running that against like a secret ID using a website, and then it shoots you out a passcode you have to punch into your game via the Game Boy with like this special button combination. So I guess my point being is doing that individually with 16 consoles would be a pain, especially with how often I'd have to do it. So I'm gonna have to try to figure out some sort of way to make that work and be effective, but for now that's kind of a question mark on my head, and I think we're gonna go to Hoenn next. Especially because I'm just itching to play Hoenn. I love it. I've played literally like 10 or 11 full playthroughs in the last 3 years in Hoenn. A couple in Emerald and then the rest in Ruby and Sapphire. Actually, just one in Emerald, my bad. So, yeah, it's definitely an all-time favorite for me, and I think the reason for that is because when I was a kid, I never really played those games. I had a Ruby, but I never played it too much. I just, for some reason, I was more drawn towards Kanto, which I don't know why, honestly. And not only that, but Sinnoh. I played a lot of Gen 4. Because I was like 7 when Gen 4 came out, so it was like the prime age for me. You know, it's weird too, because when I was that young and I was playing Kanto more often, and I had Ruby and I didn't really play it, I actively wanted Emerald, and I didn't realize that Ruby was like, well, I did. This is why it's weird. Ruby's like very similar. I know it's not the same thing, and there's a lot of improvements made in Emerald. But I don't know why that didn't motivate me to play it. If you can change the time on 8 of the 16, wouldn't it pretty much be like now just a bigger encounter pool depending on the route? You know, that's a good way to look at it. I could always just cycle. I could have them all 12 hours out and just cycle them. So every time I'm hunting 2 different sets. That's a good idea. I like that. Thank you for the recommendation. Because yeah, then at any given point, I might overlap a little bit, but I mean, I might have to modify when I'm hunting sometimes, but to be honest, I'm hoping by that point, because I want to do the Living Dex in Kanto, and then the Living Dex in Hoenn, all shiny, and then finally the Living Dex in Johto. If I'm gonna do that, I'm hoping by the time it's been a couple years and I've done all of that, we've got enough traction that I can, you know, maybe not work as much, and you know, take a day off so I can hunt in the morning if I need to, or I don't know. That's the goal, and I'm striving towards it. Oh, sorry, Totodile. I don't think I responded to you there. I totally think I ignored you. That's my bad. I guess I just have to hatch all these eggs, maybe get a shiny, and then shiny hunt TV. Well, yeah, you never know. Every single egg is an opportunity. That sounded like I said every single leg. Every single egg is an opportunity for a shiny, so be excited. It might seem like a task, but when something sparkles as it pops out of it, you'll be happy. Oh, that's not grass. That's just me being a dumbass. Yep. I'm trying to keep my my streams a little bit more clean because I'm not always as clean verbally as I'd like to be. As a mechanic, sometimes I tend to be vulgar. Too used to getting angry at a wrench. Well, actually, usually the bolt that's on the end of the wrench, but not like that matters anyway. I did have a random shiny Score Bunny and Scarlet Violet cleaning out my boxes. Like, you hatched an egg and it turned into a shiny, or you just had it there and you didn't realize? That's kind of cool. Hey Chizo, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I wasn't expecting shiny Charmander when I got it. I was like, wait, why does this one look different than all the others? Sold it to buy PvP item. PvP teams though, unfortunately. Okay, that makes more sense. It's in the private server. I was like, how did you sell it? That's weird. Hatched an egg. Okay, that makes sense. I figured that's what you meant, but I thought maybe you were just like, yeah, there was a random one in there, and I didn't know it was there. I was gonna ask you, like, how the hell did it get there and you didn't notice? Totodile. I work in a lumberyard. I can relate. Hey, you know exactly how I feel then. How do you like working at the lumberyard? And what do you do there? That sounds like a really cool job, honestly. But it must be pretty much in any position. I imagine it must be relatively labor intensive. But like I said, I've never worked in lumber. Maybe you guys got a lot of chains and slings for mechanical advantage. But I don't really even know the process of how things go there, so I'm kind of just talking out my arse. There we go. Had to open a granola bar, but I didn't want the crackling to get into the microphone. The really unappealing sound. I pretty much just help customers fill their orders at Home Hardware. Oh, nice, nice, nice. So do you do like the picking side of it, or are you more so just like you direct them to where to go and help them with it? Like I said, I don't really know much about this, so I don't like to speculate on things that I'm not educated about. Makes me feel stupid, honestly. Like, you know, I could just research that and then not have to wonder. I guess they say ignorance is bliss, though. Sometimes we all have our moments. Full service. They tell me what they need and I take it to them and help load it. So do you run a forklift or any equipment? Or is this all stuff you can lift by hand? Hand and forklift. I guess it depends on the size, hey? I imagine you guys have all different kinds of woods and cuts. Different lengths. Or I guess you guys probably custom cut. You know, I used to run a loader, and I really loved that. I scrapped cars, and it was such a fun time. I got to just like drive straight at them and run the forks through the windows and pick them up like as I did it. Sometimes I'd like toss them. It was pretty fun. I miss that low-key. Everything from 6 feet to 32 feet, custom cuts as an option. Makes sense, makes sense. 32 feet. Why 32? Is that just as long as the equipment is able to cut? Or I guess that, no, that wouldn't make sense, because you could have a saw and just like 50 feet of table behind you. I suppose that's quite a bit of table, though. I imagine there's a good reason for it, though. Just don't sell much longer. That makes sense. I just feel like even if you don't sell much longer, I guess like, no, I need specification before I say this. Do you mean like you guys just don't tend to have wood that long? Or like people just don't tend to buy it? Because I guess depending on that, oh, we just did 104,000 and 1,000. Nice timing. But depending on how that case may be, definitely shifts my opinion. Sorry, people just don't tend to buy it. Okay, so that's what I assumed you said, or what you meant rather. But with that being said, what I was gonna furthermore expand on too was if it's just because people don't tend to buy it, why are we putting a hard limit on it? Because no matter what, there's going to be that 1% that might want to. And that's still a customer that you might want, right? But, excuse me. I'm sure it's, I mean, is there any way that the equipment can be limiting in that respect? I would imagine yes, but also maybe not. I don't know. I just work here. I love saying that to things that clearly don't apply to that. Oh, I see. The custom cuts are... Oh, I'm stupid. You guys stock 6 to 32. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. My density has been shown. No, I get what you're saying. So you just gotta call into wherever your supplier is and say, hey, we want this. Or just, like, go over. I don't know how close you would be to them, but... Yeah, no, I don't have anything more intelligent to add to that. Then again, though, a 32-foot piece, like, that's pretty damn long. I can't imagine why you would need longer. Because you're gonna need support between the 32 feet anyway. If it's anything structural. So, you're probably gonna have a board in the cross, like, laterally, where you can fit the end of 2 boards onto and bolt them in anyway. So, I don't know. I don't really build anything with wood, though. All I've really done is, like, change decking on trailers. And, change out plank on, like, sled trailers and stuff. But nothing where I really created much out of wood. I like the confidence we have in the polls here about the Spearow. I'm hoping you guys are right. That'd be really nice. I'm waiting to see that golden bird. Ooh. It's gonna scare me. And you know, I think maybe perhaps what's scarier than that is the fact that I could probably see another, oh jeez. I could probably see another 5 or 10 encounters before we see one. Like a shiny Spearow. So, fingers crossed, but oh shoot. I missed that one. Gotta eat the granola bar crumbs, guys. Can't be throwing away them oats. True, 5 more shiny Rattata coming up. Oh, come on, at least make it Mankey. I mean, I'll settle for half and half. No other offers are coming. That's it. Half and half. Your only options. I think this is probably going to be the first hunt where I begin to learn how low percent hunts can really bite you. I think I've always taken a mentally lax approach to how how individual spawn odds and shiny odds compound on each other. I don't think I've ever really considered just how substantial of a change that makes. Guarantee you there'll be a time though I can make a video where it's like I caught 14 shiny blank to find 1 shiny blank. I give it 6 months. Give it 6 months. I would not be shocked. Holy Spearow. That would have been a good. Oh, English. English is hard. Especially when it's your first and only language you speak. That would have been a good roll to have a shiny Spearow on. Or just a shiny frame on in general, because you would have had 5 good chances. But that's what I mean. I mean, the odds are weird. There's some rolls you just get a ton of them, and some rolls you just get some. Like this one, I mean, 2 is still not bad. But there's so many where you will literally get like 5 Spearow at a time. If you really pay attention, you'll see. But yeah, Chizo, 5 more shiny Rattata coming up. Do you want to one-up that and call it 6? I'm gonna say 6 shiny Rattata, and maybe even 2 Mankey. Should I lock that in now? 6 shiny Rattata, 2 Mankey, and then maybe I'll get to sniff the remnants of where a shiny Spearow once was. Just to get close to that feeling of fortitude. But not quite there. Don't deserve that yet. Yeah, I almost quit the server I played the other day because tired of being dry. 10+ days for a shiny is just wild, especially when I was putting in the hours. Sold the Charizard just to buy teams for PvP too. See, that sucks that you just, I mean, why did you choose to sell it, I guess? Was that just like the advantage was too apparent? Had to do it? What was the motivation? But I could understand. That's a lot of time to be putting in for something like that. See, there we go. That's a 6 roll. We got 6 Spearows on that one. Meanwhile, it's a, what is it, a 10%? It's pretty damn good. That was almost 50% of them. Hopefully enjoy the game again. Geez, I sure hope not. LOL, but good luck. We'll see, we'll see. I hope not, though. I'll say 8 shiny rats. You know, Totodile, if anybody's manifesting for a good outcome here, I don't think it's you. I was dead set on quitting the game and was gonna spend everything on these mysterious cherish balls, which is 1 in 8,000 odds for a shiny, just to see what I pull out of the door. Wasn't having fun in PvP because people play like absolute rats, but now I have no choice but to do PvP. Yeah, I guess you kind of roped yourself into that one, hey? Is what it is now. Just gotta hunker down and enjoy it, I guess. 10 days, though, like, that's crazy. I could not imagine... Well, I can, because I did it. Back when I was, like, double and quadruple hunting, I was definitely putting in huge hours to get shinies, like 50, 60, 70. But, yeah, like 10 days of, you know, putting in, like, I don't know. It sucks. It's not easy. Especially, like, because I'm sure, like you said, a lot of them could be longer than that, too. Not necessarily just 10 days, you know, maybe, like, a couple weeks. Because aren't the odds insane? Like, freaking 1 in 30,000 or something? Like, just absolutely outrageous. At least I got a baller outfit and a team for every tier, though. You know, there definitely is benefit for that. I can't fault you. So, are you finding a way to enjoy the PvP now? Or is it still not your cup of tea? That's funny. 1408, 104,400. It's funny how those work. Oh, got a burp coming. Oh, excuse me. Didn't think it would come. Yeah, I had someone in my clan mad that I got a shiny Charizard when he's been hunting it for ages and I didn't... Oh, and didn't get it. Yeah, it's 1 in 30,000 hunting on here, all the way down to 1 in 25k with donator status. Jeez, man. And using shiny charms. Some people still play weird AF, so I'll just forfeit the battle, but some are fine. What do you mean by weird? Like, how would one play weird? Is it just like aggressive playstyles, or just peculiar playstyle? I guess what would make the playstyle peculiar, though, is what I'm getting at. Be like an 11-year-old that goes into a battle with his 6 legendaries, all level 100. Every single one knows an HM. That really sounds like a fun game to try, though. It's just 1 in 30,000 is horrid. Like, that's terrible, because you can still go over odds. If you were guaranteed to get it by odds, I would say it's a different story. But you're not. Then again, you're never guaranteed to get it by odds, so I don't know why I'm saying that. $64 and $72. Okay, they did go up. I thought the, sorry, I didn't mean to pause there. I thought the timer didn't go up on the left-hand side like the current encounter side. But it did. It just happened really quick. Like, dude started with a Dusclops versus my Gliscor. I decided to Earthquake instead of Stealth Rock to chip him. He instantly switches to Porygon, and then the next turn uses Recover on 1/10 of his HP. What? Why? That I took down, like, bro, what? Why not just two-hit me? I don't know, just weird stuff like that. Switching Pokemon like a maniac, but may just be me being a noob and not knowing strats. I mean, maybe, but at the end of the day, that just sounds like, to me, like children playing that don't really know what they're doing. And that's just the people you're tending to encounter. That's what it seems like to me, but I definitely could be wrong. Also, if you guys have tuned into the stream before, you already know, but I wake up at 5:30 every day to go to work. And I work all day, come home, and then I stream. That being said, I'm a tired fellow. So I like to take my peppermint oil here, because I don't have smelling salts. And throw it right here. Keeps me awake. Really weird thing, tried it once on a stream, it worked, never stopped. Definitely recommend it. If you have trouble staying awake after a long day, and you don't have access to smelling salts, get some peppermint oil. I guess maybe I shouldn't endorse it, but it worked for me. Lol, nah bro, don't open my eyes and make me realize I lost to a child. Oh, you lost too? Oh shit. Okay, well, I didn't want to bring that to light. That's the reality though, man. You never know who you're playing against on the internet. A lot of the time, your assumption on how old that person may be or what kind of person they may be is exactly opposite, or further off than you might think. Well, I left the battle because I didn't want to deal with that. Okay, well I wouldn't say he won then. I would say that you decided it just wasn't worth it. You were the adult, and you moderated. Mediated. No, that wouldn't make any fucking sense. You're part of the... Ah, jeez. Knew I was gonna end up losing any... I mean, I guess so, but... Now you have the advantage of saying, well, maybe you wouldn't have, because you never tried, so you don't know. Peppermint oil, the solution to all your problems. Literally. I swear I should get merch and just have it like a big peppermint oil on the shirt. And then just put Billen on the logo. Peppermint Billen. Honestly, I like that. I'd wear that. Funny inside joke. But yeah, being that I work full-time, and I still try to do this as often as I can, it's kind of a necessity, honestly. I have a hard time staying awake after that long. Like, I'm good until I'm done my shift, and then I get home, and I shower. Usually, sometimes I'm tired by the time I get home, but usually it's once I shower, and then I go to start streaming, because that's exactly how my flow of work, I guess, goes every time I try to stream. But I start getting tired, like, partway into it. It's really annoying, but... I mean, if I really wanted to not suffer from that, I would sleep more. You know, if I really was that bothered by it, which I am, which is why I'm trying to take positive action in order to change this, I would go to bed earlier so I could get more sleep, and then I maybe wouldn't be exhausted after that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's natural to be tired, but every single day, I come home, I get out of my shower, and I just feel like I need to lay in bed. Like, I hate that. Especially when I have stuff I want to do, and I know I'm procrastinating. Like, I want to be productive, but my body just doesn't like it. I considered getting smelling salts today, but I went on Amazon and I looked for some, and it turns out that, like, most of them are apparently just trash. They all have like 3-star ratings. So that's interesting. I decided against that because everyone's like, oh, they're weak, you can throw them out after one use. Heh. I don't know anything about them, but that sounds like crap to me. I'm useless if I don't get my 8 hours. Well, I can survive on 6, but anything less than that, I'll be puking. See, I used to be like that, and then I got to working really long hours as a mechanic, because I was making good overtime money. And I decided that I could, and I've still been doing this for weeks, because I can't get out of the habit. Since I made it, I'll go to bed at like midnight every single night. I wake up at 5:30. I go to work from 6 a.m. until 3 p.m. I come home, I clean off, and usually it's like 4:30 until like 8 or 9. I'll stream, and then I still have to make dinner, do any of my other stuff, you know, hang out with my girlfriend in the time preceding. So I'm not doing the whole scheduling and managing my time right, but I'm working on it. I got a new PC today. My last one died on Wednesday, so I got a new one. Oh damn, what happened to it? And that's awesome that you got a new one though. I'm hoping you're enjoying it. And if you'd like to share, what kind of specs does she got? Is it a pre-built? Did you build it yourself? I know I love building PCs. I have so much fun doing it. I bought my first one built, but somebody built it for me. Because I wasn't confident then. And then I started upgrading parts, and next thing you knew, 3 months later, I rebuilt it, and I had a new PC. And then I kept upgrading parts, and then eventually I moved, and I decided I wanted a second one for streaming purposes, or also if I ever had like a friend over, or if my girlfriend wanted to use a PC. I have like a second ultra-wide as well. So when I did that, I ended up fully rebuilding mine into a new case, and then building a new one into my old case. That essentially is just... I think when it gets used most, it's really just my girlfriend using it. Myself, I don't have a reason to need it to stream at the moment. But if I do play anything more intensive, I'd like to, just to take the load off of the PC that'll actually play the games. I think it makes sense. But I got like all new, the exact opposite of that. I got all used parts for the second one, and for my rebuilding my first one too. I like upgraded a couple parts with used parts, and then bought other used parts for the other PC. It worked out really well. I ended up building the second one for like, it was like $500 or $600 for like a relatively high-end PC. I was shocked. But just gotta look for the right deals, right? Nice. Only reason I got a good PC for right now is because of Corona. I was running out of savings and about to get back to work when it struck, so I wasn't able to get a job or unemployment. Had to take out a credit card and buy an $1,800 pre-built from Best Buy to have the power/screen space to run 8 RuneScape accounts at once to be able to make enough gold on there to sell to be able to survive. Okay, wait. So what do you mean you were getting gold in RuneScape and making real money from that? Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, I'm gonna stick down here for a sec. We gotta heal. I don't want to accidentally have a Charmander nuked when we encounter something, because those are the only Pokemon we have left on most of the save files, except for the ones that have gotten shinies. Yeah, selling game money for real money. How lucrative was that? Like, was that worth doing? Did you find you made a decent amount of money doing that? And if so, are you still doing it? Alright, I got a question. So if I'm hunting an EV for my Pokemon card challenge and have a Umbreon, do I evolve my EV and don't shiny hunt another one? Or random encounter Umbreon? Or do I leave? Wow, that's a lot to read. Let me conjunct that in my brain. So you're saying, like, before you started your challenge, you already had the Umbreon? It was not worth it at all, but it was my only choice. While the prices on things I was doing went down a lot, and honestly, I was only making about $3 an hour for 15 hours a day, but I mean, at least I got to do what I wanted on the side. That is a insane hustle. I respect the grind. That's really doing what you gotta do. I mean, I'm sure maybe taking like a cash advance and trying to make money with the money might have potentially been a, oh no, I honestly, maybe that wouldn't be a better solution. It really depends. That's a case-by-case thing. And yes, I know I'm healing multiple times. I have some weird compulsion that makes me think I need to do everything 3 or 4 times over. Before I started doing my challenge, I had an Umbreon card. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. So, Totodile, I would shiny hunt. Oh, shit. Oh, it's crazy how quickly we can make stuff go to shit. Damn. I would shiny hunt for an Eevee, and then from there, what? That is such a pain. I would shiny hunt for an Eevee, and then I would take that Eevee, and I would evolve it into a shiny Umbreon. That's what I think makes the most sense. What are your thoughts on that? By the time I stopped doing it, from the price drops, it was more like $2 an hour, and now it's probably even less because gold prices are less, plus item prices are less. So, is there any way, like, could you make that so that you're grinding, like, 30 accounts at once, or like 100 accounts at once? Is there a way to multiply it that much? Because that would be the move, right? Okay, so get another Eevee, got it. Yes. Because did you already evolve one Eevee? I guess, so this will be your second shiny Eevee is what you're saying? But yeah, like if you could somehow do that and grind like literally 30 accounts at once, then you could definitely, I mean, you could turn $2 an hour into like 4, and then you... What the hell? So think about it, you turn like $2 an hour into like $4 an hour, doubling then, and then you're like, okay, well I'll buy another PC, and then you double up again. And then you just continue to do that. Maybe I've got a skewed view of things though. That tends to be a possibility with humans. Believe it or not. I've never hunted Eevee in my life. So what do you mean get another one? That I do not understand, Totodile. I need you to explain that to me. For I lack understanding. Someone who bots the game can make some absolute money, but since I did it by hand and I only had screen space for 8... I could potentially do more, but at more than 8, I don't know if it's worth the overlapping tabs. Some people definitely automate it with bots and making real money, like high money making things such as killing bosses for money. All I could do was AFK stuff where I clicked once every minute, get 2 for Umbreon. Oh, so you want both evolutions? Like you want Eevee and Umbreon, or you want Umbreon and Espeon? Or maybe I'm just totally misunderstanding. So, surely there's a way anybody could automate that though, right? Like, I feel like with the screen space is one thing, but imagine you could get a monitor and you'd have the screen space. Surely you could write some sort of... Get Eevee and Umbreon. Whoa, Totodile, don't get angry. I'm just playing around. But surely a person could like write script for that and make a lot of money. Give the know-how definitely, just always risking bans and having to constantly rebuild banned accounts and such. Okay, that's fair. I guess I didn't consider the fact that these accounts can get banned. I kind of forgot that existed at all, honestly. I'm no coder, so out of my range, and I don't trust randoms on the black market sites to code me something. That's fair. But you know, at the end of the day, the thing I always like to consider is the fact that if there's something that I desire, somebody else could teach it to me. But if somebody else could teach it to me, then it's probably on the internet. And if it's on the internet, then I can probably teach it to myself. And then you could save yourself the hassle of having to deal with other people, and then you'd have a transferable skill for the future. That's how I like to look at it, anyway. I mean, if I had a separate PC for it, I probably would, and if I was more knowledgeable, well, hey, you can change that at the drop of a pin. Remember, that is a choice you can make. And I say that not to be pessimistic, I say that for optimism. Because, you know, if you wanted to make extra money and do it with something that you enjoyed, that sounds like a genuine possibility. By the way, as long as that's all, like, legal. I would assume it is, but I don't know much about that. I guess it'd be the same as, like, selling shinies or something. But nobody pays much for shinies at all. And even if they did, they're not plentiful enough. Can't make steady flow off of them. Maybe with like literally 64 cubes, I could get somewhere. That'd be insanity, wouldn't it? 64 cubes. Yeah, I don't think, you know, tell you what, if I ever blow the hell up and get like 1 million subscribers, I will buy another, what's the math on that? I have 16, another 48. I will buy 48 more GameCubes, and I will make an absolutely insane setup. That's a promise. If I can make 1 million subscribers, I will do that. Until then, though, we're sticking with 16. That's funny. It's against game rules, but yeah, I don't think the government is at me for selling the game's property. Technically, everything belongs to the game and devs. They can delete your stuff anytime. That's fair. That's definitely fair. But yeah, I imagine maybe there's a way you can get around the bans, or being flagged, but I don't know anything about that. 2,000 flat, can we get a shiny number 12 Spearow? Damn it. Damn it. I try to make those calls, and they never work out. They never do. But 2,000. Not bad. How long have we been live for? We've been live for, what, an hour? That's about right on the money. Oh. We're supposed to walk straight up. I need a new elastic. This one sucks. To be fair, I've never been banned, and I've sold 20 $20,000 worth of gold? So are you telling me you've made $20,000 off of that? Or am I... Maybe I don't understand that, because that would be insane. But yeah, bans definitely come a lot more frequent with botting, only if you're caught selling gold. Or if you're caught selling gold. Well, I feel like that would be a risk I'd be willing to take. It would just take a lot of thought as to how to make sure that you're not getting flagged. And you know, that very well could be something that turned out to not be possible, but... When old school RuneScape came back out like 8 years ago, I was actually making good money on the game. I was making $10 an hour just for swapping people's gold between the servers and keeping a cut. Just as a middleman? Seriously? From the difference in buy and sell rates, our plan had... Oh, I see, I see. So you were able to just scalp that off top, essentially. That's so cool. So you made like... Did you make like a bit of a living at some point with that? Or is it just like over the course of years? I imagine based on what you said, that's more so what you meant. But yeah, people needed a trusted place to do it, and there was very few people taking advantage of that. I paid a few hundred for a rank, and it paid off. Yeah, I could imagine so. That's crazy. It's always awesome to be innovative with that stuff, though. Of course, over the course of years. Biggest cash out at once I did was only 2,500 bucks. And how long did it take you to make that 25 bucks? Or 25 bucks? 2,500 bucks. And that is insane. That is insane. That's so resourceful. That's why people say, you know, like, at the end of the day, pursue what you love, and maybe one day you can make some money off of it. Like, if you really enjoy RuneScape, you'll play it enough, they'll realize that that is a demand that is not being met. Okay, I know what the demand is. I know what we need to do to supply it. Boom, that easy. You love the game, you'll already put in the effort. You'll already make sure that you do the absolute best you can to implement that and put it out there to the people who would utilize that the most. Whereas somebody who just decided to, you know, stop playing their games because they needed to focus on other things in life, which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. That is totally normal and healthy, obviously. But when somebody does that and they kind of shut out the sides of their life that they have fun with, or at least to some extent, then you, I don't know, you just have less opportunity to be able to take advantage of those things. That 2,500 was during the Corona stuff. Back in the day, I was a broke kid just selling it for food and stuff, but the 2,500 bucks was mostly from buying max gear and killing a new boss when it came out. That's so cool. That is so cool. I like that, I take it was coronavirus the motivator for that. But I commend the resourcefulness. Being able to like have fun and make money having fun at the same time is such an empowering thing. They're always really good money when they just come out, but was making 20 M an hour, which at the sell rates was only, okay, I see, which at the sell rates was only $6, but it was better than the fishing I was doing and was fun for a few months. So essentially it's just like it's essentially RuneScape, what would you... RuneScape Bitcoin mining. Not literally. Please don't take that literally. I know that's not the case. By the time I stopped killing this new boss, Nightmare, it was only 10 M an hour, and it was way more clicking than the fishing, so I went back to 8 AFK fishers. It's weird how much that changes, you know? Over time. Like, why is that, do you think? Well, something like that. I mean, it's a similar concept in numbers anyway. Like I didn't put peppermint oil on my mustache. Just more of the new items coming in the game, so they're worth a lot less, much less desire for them. Oh, so it's really people just having new interests is all. So you have to keep up with that. So, okay, with that being said, is there a way, like with most of these new things, to automate them? Plus the pro people coding bots to kill the bosses so they tank the market and make the absolute bank. And yeah, that makes sense. But hey, remember, you could be that person. I know you don't know how to code now. But hey, if people are doing it and they're succeeding, then clearly you can. And you've had enough experience doing it before that I wouldn't I don't know, I wouldn't write that off for yourself. Some of or some of them, yeah. Some of the recent good ones, Nightmare, which I was killing, and Next, which is still somewhat new, are definitely able to be done with a five-man bot team. And surely, like, you've got your computer could do that, right? Others seem like they may be a little too complex, but I'm sure someone could code it, and sure that someone does. Oh, yeah, I'd imagine you could go on, like, you could probably go on Fiverr and find somebody who could, or who would be willing to code it for you. My PC could run it if I had a nice script and some proxies for each account. That's what I mean. You just gotta figure out how to get that all lined up, and from there you can flourish. Obviously, there's going to be steps in between, and it's not going to be simple, straight across the board, but that's not what life's about, so I guess that's not something we can expect anyway. The thing is, the free common scripts are easily detectable by the game, but with pro people who actually survive, they make or buy private scripts which are much better. I see. So that's, there is a difference between what kind of skill level determines your outcome. Like most things, I guess. I could see that being a barrier, but like I said, I believe in you, man. I think that if you, and I know you might not want to, but I think if you put your head into it and you just spent some time trying to learn what goes into that specific code, if maybe you could find a way to analyze it and compare it to worse code somehow and kind of learn that way, you could do it. You got the know-how. I'm stuck on the fact that it just seems like such a lucrative idea, and for somebody that has the understanding of it, even if there's people who are making a lot of money off of it, I mean, think of every industry. There's no industry, well, okay, that is a lie. I'm not even gonna think to say that. There are many industries where there are multiple large players in a market, and oftentimes you look into that and you see that the second largest person or entity in that market maybe started three years ago, whereas the most powerful one, most successful one started 40 years ago. It really, at the end of the day, it goes to show that these aren't necessarily barriers that you should they're not barriers that you should concern yourself with. There's actually a dude making a series of videos coding a Nextbot on YouTube I've been watching. I did a web page development class in high school, but obviously didn't pay attention and don't remember much. Well, that's okay. You don't have to remember much because you're here now and you're still capable of learning. You just really have to channel that interest. I guess it's possible, but yeah, not something I'd dive into. Appreciate the idea, though, just not for me. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's not something you'd enjoy doing, I wouldn't advise doing it anyway. Right? Like it's one thing to know about it and know how to make money with it, but could you do that and be miserable? Yes. Could you do something else and have a little bit less money and be happier? Yeah. So that definitely, that makes sense. I cannot fault you whatsoever for that ideology. That's such a neat idea, though. It's crazy when you look into all these different games and communities that people are in. And just all the small niche things that go on within them that you don't know about unless you actually really dive in and become part of that community. It's just such a fascinating thing to me, you know? Would definitely enjoy getting rent and bills paid for a little bit of upkeep every day, but yeah, when something is a huge daunting task, I tend to just not do it or hold off a lot. I understand that. I'm the same way. I've been putting off posting some long-form videos to this channel for like well over a month for sure now. And I keep kicking myself for it because I think about YouTube all day long. Thinking about how I can optimize things, make things look better, make things sound better, trying to think of good video ideas, and then I come up with something and then I just don't do anything with it. And I've just been so lazy, and I've got to pick up on that. But I'm working on that, and I'm trying to, I don't know, trying to make sure that when there is something large that I have to or want to deal with, that I can, with certainty every time, face it and not say, okay, well, I'm too tired to do this, or I just don't want to deal with the stress right now. I mean, obviously, those case scenarios have their time and place as well, but yeah, I've also just been too much of a proponent to not being near as productive as I claim to be or want to be. Speaking of rent and bills, though, I might have to go out and sit in a hotspot to try for DoorDash orders because I haven't gotten an order for 2 days sitting at home waiting for one. It's eating my wallet. Understandably so. Definitely go out and see what you can find. Make that money. Save that money. That's what we're all here for. Well, we're all here to have fun. That's just an unfortunate part of the journey. But, no, I'm sure if you go out there and, I mean, on a Friday afternoon, Friday evening, I'm sure there'll be some people that need some food. And, you know, on Friday nights, too, a lot of people drink. Might enjoy a good tip. Or not might enjoy a good tip. I know you would, but they might not mind giving a good tip, I guess is what I mean. I guess it really depends where you are and who's putting it through, though, because I know a lot of people just do not tip. If they cannot tip, they will get away with it. But I think a lot of those sites now, they force a tip to a certain degree. Yeah, Fridays used to be bussin'. I think they let more people in the catering program, which is what carried my pay, and my first order of the day was usually one of those. Haven't dashed much in like a month because the car was in the shop. Oh, damn. Well, I mean, do you still tend to make a lot of money off Fridays, or has that kind of changed? And what was your car in the shop for? I'm interested just because I'm a mechanic, so I like hearing about that kind of stuff. It's always unfortunate, though, especially being a person that uses DoorDash for an income. and uses their vehicle on a regular basis, it really sucks to have that downtime, especially when you don't necessarily know how to fix the issue at hand, and you're at the mercy of somebody else being able to fix it out or figure it out and fix it, and not I don't know. That probably doesn't make sense to somebody who doesn't dash, but catering orders pay a lot more, and I had priority on them. Yeah, I don't quite understand like the inner workings of how that works, but I see what you're saying. Sorry, I missed the first part of the question, but car was in the shop for a drive axle boot. Oh yeah, the boot on your CV popped off. I had that happen. I replaced my CV axles on my Jetta like a year and a half ago, and then like 10 months later the CV axle boot popped off right before I drove to a whole other province. And yeah, the day before I had to, I also didn't realize my brakes were not great, so I had to change my brakes and both CV axles the day before, driving for 7 hours straight. It was kind of nerve-wracking, but I trusted myself. I was hearing that thing make noise for like 2 years. They always told me they couldn't replicate the problem. I take it was when you were turning. You'd like turn it really hard to one side and it would go pop, pop. Usually that's what it is. Or it like kind of grinds as you turn. And that's generally because when the boot comes off of the axle, the bearings are exposed. So dust and dirt get into there. And then it eats away at the bearings and they grind at each other, and eventually they're not very good at being bearings, so when you turn, and they're supposed to assist the steering, they just kind of crunch, crunch, crunch. Sound like crap. More so just starting or slowing down, but yeah, the pop clunk sound is what I was hearing. Well, that's probably because once you got to a point of it going so slow, you could actually hear the applied friction in like a slower, more consistent manner, as I guess less consistent manner, as opposed to when you're going quick. Everything's just moving. What the hell? Everything's just moving quick enough that there we go. I don't know how the hell I did that. That maybe it's just not a noticeable sound because the friction is being overcome. Speculating though. That kind of stuff's so annoying though, especially when it comes to steering components. Or like front-end suspension. I guess no, front-end steering components. Just not fun to deal with. I remember even like my first year or so as a mechanic, I found that really daunting. And I had worked on the stuff before. I just want to take this time real quick to thank everybody who has came by the stream tonight, and everybody who's here now. Appreciate you guys stopping by. I appreciate you being here on our search for the Spearow, and yeah, I hope that you guys are enjoying the content. If there's anything I can do better, anything I can change, please let me know. I'm always trying to improve and do better with every live stream, and soon with every upload. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, whether you lurk, whether you're chatting, if you like the stream, all that good stuff. Hope you guys are doing fantastic, and that's about it. I don't think I have much else to say on that topic. Just appreciate you guys being here. It genuinely means a lot. I love the fact that I can come on here and have, you know, like 5 or 10 people I can just talk to and just relax with while I look for some shiny Pokemon. Because not a lot of people that I know enjoy that stuff. In fact, almost none of the people that I know enjoy that stuff. Which kind of sucks, but is what it is. That's the main reason I took it to the shop in the first place. My return line for the power steering broke, and it spit power steering fluid all over my transmission. Thankfully, right when I was pulling into my driveway, so the loss of steering didn't immediately affect me. I was able to get her off the road immediately. Oh, when power steering goes out the window, you don't realize how much you enjoyed power steering until that point. Power steering is a blessing. I borrowed my friend's truck to pick up my, actually, this cabinet right here. He let me pick it up from his house. He was gone, so I just grabbed his keys and took it, and he didn't tell me it didn't have power steering. That was a shock. But that sucks. Given that that's such a high-pressure system, that must have been such a mess. Damn. No problem. I'm just lurking, same, but that's why the internet was made. Exactamente. I mean, it's nice to be able to, at the access of your fingertips, be able to communicate with people and interact with people that have the same, you know, of kin interest, and people that have the same appreciation for things that you do. It really is a beautiful thing. And I hope that in the future we can do nothing but flourish and just have more and more people stop by and become a member of the channel, member of the, I don't know, I was gonna say member of the crew, but that sounded kind of cringe, honestly. That being said, I was kind of thinking, you know, a lot of people, they have something that they call their audience. I don't know why, I was just thinking. So I guess I'll start with the derivative here. The name Billen. If you don't know, that came from the fact that my girlfriend and I just happened to call each other this stupid name for years, and it just became a commonality. We literally for the last 5 years, we've been saying that back and forth to each other, stupid as it is. But with that in mind, we'd often just call each other Bill. And I'm used to just going and saying like, "Hey, Bill." Meanwhile, I've called myself Billen on here, but given the situation, I feel like calling the audience Bill makes sense for me. But that's just because I know the inner workings of how that came to be. And maybe that just sounds really stupid from an outsider's perspective, so I'd like to hear your guys' opinions on that if you have any. But I kind of wanted to establish something like that. I guess the only way to do that is just to do it. But when you say that, people might be like, "Oh, what? You're Bill." No, you're Bill. I guess that's really all you gotta say, though. And then people eventually, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I'm Bill too." And they'll just go with it. Yeah, my brain thinks of weird things. Weird, you know, it's funny, I said this just before I found a shiny on last stream, but I swear my brain just craves useless information. I say some of the dumbest stuff. And I don't even know where it comes from. We are Billens. I like that, honestly. Just straight and simple. We are Billens. You heard it here first. I took a screenshot of that for you, so in like a year, if anybody asks about that, I can show that. Yep, Chizo's the one who made it official. We're Billens. Chilling like Bill. That's a good one. I like that. Chillin' like Billen. Pick a number 1 through 66, 44. With confidence. Has to be 44. Why? Because my brain likes the sequence 22, 44, 66. Does it make sense? Nope. Does anything I ever say make sense? You'd be lucky if it did. Not usually. But that's okay, it don't gotta make sense. I wonder if I could integrate that on the on the channel banner somehow. Like, welcome Billens. No, that's weird. That's too direct. I could make it say like, no, you're Billen. That'd be funny. Cause it just, I don't know why. Maybe it's just my deluded brain, but I feel like stuff is almost funnier when there's no context. When you look at something and you're like, what the hell does that even mean? What is he, where is he coming from, you know? I just, like I said, my brain craves stupid action, stupid information. So, maybe I'm on my own here, but I think that's not a bad idea. We're coming up on 3,000, damn near half odds. I mean, not super close, but we're getting close to half odds. Ooh, 3,000 and 106,000. That is funny how that works. We always hit a new 1,000 on the same one. And, you know, that wasn't the case for, like, the first 100,000. So I don't know why that's, Oh, that's right, because the rate changed when we changed from starter hunts to regular hunts. So we're catching up and eventually we'll be past it. We'll hit like 1,200 when it hits the next 1,000 on the total living dex. Here I am actually using my thinking noggin. Oh. Not gonna lie, I think that was pretty cringe. I just thought of the Max and Ruby theme song. Oh, I wonder if that's Canadian only. Maybe people don't know what that is. Y'all know Max and Ruby? You ever watched that as a kid? Totodile, I know you probably don't. But... Okay. At least somebody does. Literally, that's exactly, I was just sitting there and I was like, in my head, Max and Ruby... Ruby and Max. So much nostalgia behind that, even though that's a show I like barely watched. And I saw it a lot, I just didn't love it. I thought Max was weird. Like, bro, use your lips. You can talk, I know it. Okay, the next Pokemon I hunt will be Mightyena. Nice. What drove you to choose Mightyena? Had to watch a boatload of that babysitting little brother and sister. Oh goodness, I'd imagine. Every time you go to change it, no, 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 no! Turns into a screaming fit. I guess depending on how young they were. But, bro, I used to watch that too. Oh, really? I'm surprised that they still, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that they still air that. I don't know why that would be surprising. The Backyardigans, Thomas the Train, trying to think of anything else that was in excess. Dude, I totally missed the Backyardigans. I loved it. The Backyardigans was my favorite. Same with the Berenstain Bears. Oh, you counted to 40-40. I gotcha. I made the decision. Making me feel like I made some real impact. Roly-poly-oly. That one's stuck in my head now. Yeah, the old bears. Berenstain. Okay, I don't think that was one. What? Okay, can we actually get away safely though? Please? Please and thank you? You know, anytime anybody says that, I will never think that's polite. Can you do that for me, please and thank you? I gave you no confirmation. Why are you saying thank you? Why the assumption? Is that just me? Am I overthinking that? Am I looking too deep into something that doesn't need to be looked into? Yeah, that's one of those that gets me. Mandela effect or whatever? Yes, a Mandela effect. That is correct. It's crazy though, because I've genuinely seen... I've seen... like, I think it was literature. I think there were books where one's Berenstain, one's Berenstain. So peculiar. What do you believe? There must have just been a change, and they lied. That's what I believe. Did anybody watch The Little Einsteins? So, when The Little Einsteins came out, I was too old to watch that. Actually, I don't know. I'm kind of interested when that came out. I gotta look up the year. Okay, so Little Einsteins came out. Never mind, I'm full of crap. Little Einsteins did not come out too late for me. I don't know if I got to actually saying that yet, but that was the point I was getting to. Oh yeah, no, I was 6 when that came out. I was just about 6. Huh. Really? Yeah, I remember that song, like, rampant. Holy crap. It turned into a meme. Maybe that's why I thought it, came out then. Because it was popularized into a meme. I have the theme song stuck in my head from a long, long time ago. Oh my goodness, dude. I remember hearing, like, little remixes, like, EDM remixes of that song and stuff. And I emphasize, just utter distaste. Did not enjoy it whatsoever. Well, I did, but I don't now. Yeah, I remember Berenstain, but maybe they got bought out or something, who knows. A few examples of those, but I can't think of a single one besides that. Oh goodness, there's some for like logos I know where you can look at 2 logos side by side and it's like, oh, which one's the right one? And then you choose it and everyone's like, oh no, you were supposed to pick that one, it's wrong. And you're like, what the fuck, then why'd you ask? Why? It's stuck in my head too, thanks to y'all. Oh god, and then Totodile's just out here re-emphasizing it. Trying to piss everybody off. Did you remember to feed your house hippos tonight? I did. I went and I made sure I got potato chips. I stuck them in the closet, right inside and beside of the shoes, because I know that's where the hippo prefers it. Made sure it was in a nice, cool, dry environment that he would enjoy. Yeah, just waiting for him to come around, I guess. Did you remember to feed your house hippo? Also, if you're saying that and you're not thinking of that little piano melody in the background right now, I don't know what you're remembering, but that's like the most key part of those commercials. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I'm actually linking a whole different commercial into that. So I'm thinking of the commercial where, and if you remember, you remember. If not, you won't. There was this kid who was getting chased by like 6 girls down the street. I don't remember what it was. I feel like it was like an anti-bullying thing or something. But there was that piano riff and it's like da 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 da. No. Oh, what the hell is it? I forget how it went. Maybe I'm probably mixing memories. And then I'm like, oh, I don't know what you're remembering. I don't know what the hell I'm remembering. I remember the show called Dragon Tales. So do I, but I don't recall... Isn't that a movie? Or was it a show? I thought it was a movie. Got mine some peanut butter toast crust. Oh, I forgot about the peanut butter toast. How could you forget? See, here's the thing. I wanted to In the past, I've wanted to get him some peanut butter toast crust, but I like the crust, so I eat it. And then the house hippo never seems to benefit. You know, I could try to leave some, but then I'm just gonna go into the closet and start eating the crust off the ground. Am I gonna willingly turn myself into an animal? Maybe, but that's not how I'm gonna do it. It's a show. It has 3 seasons. Oh. Dragon Tail. Why does that... I got Shark Tail stuck in my head now. Well, not stuck in my head. There's nothing particularly stuck about it in my head, but I'm thinking about it now. You know, so many people think Shark Tail was trash, and that really upsets me. Because, like, objectively, yes, I know it could have been a lot better. But Shark Tail was... Shark Tail was, like... so integral to my childhood. I saw it in theaters. I watched it like 6 other times at home. I remember the Jamaican jellyfish that ended up like torturing the dude. I forget his name, Oscar. They ended up zapping him, and then that's before the whole Lenny thing happened. Oh. Then the little side story with him getting money and the romance, and it was a good story. I don't know why people don't... Welcome to the car wash. Yes, where all the whales come through and they got the brushes. Oh. You know, I asked my girlfriend too. I'm like, you want to watch Shark Tale? And it's never yes. Why not? Tell me why the hell you don't want to watch Shark Tale. Because it sucks. No. You're objectively wrong. I guess maybe objectively wrong. Maybe that's a strong statement, but I think you're... Oh, wouldn't that be ironic? I think you're objectively wrong. As he says with subjectivity, directly, not even implied, directly stated. Dragon Tales, almost time for Dragon Tales. I don't even know if that's the way it went, but I don't know, it really sounds familiar. It's one of those things, like, it's just been so long. I might have seen it, I might remember it, but I'd have to actually see it or hear it in order to know. Haven't seen that in forever, but I remember watching it as a kid at the public pool. They had a movie watch... Oh, really? A movie watch party of Shark Tale? While the pool was open? That is sick. That's so sick. That's such a good idea. I feel like you'd get a lot of people to the pool that way. Oh, that'd be... Imagine just going to the pool and you're like, yo, we're going there to watch Superbad. I don't know, like, obviously I know that would have to be more of like a adults only thing, but like... They could even, like, open up... no, you don't want to open up concession at a pool. I mean, some places do, but... That's just asking for trouble. Increase the budget for janitors, that's for sure. What about Cyber Chase? That's one I don't recall. I don't think I've ever heard of that, but maybe. Maybe. That would be better with other movies for sure. That one was definitely for the kids. I mean, yes, but nowadays, you put Shark Tale on in a pool for me, guess who the fuck's going swimming? I want to see Shark Tale, and I want to see it in the water. Now. RIP drive-in theaters. You know, honestly, I went to a drive-in theater like 3 or 4 years ago with my girlfriend, and I had an SUV that had it had 7 seats in it, so at that time we were able to just flip down the seats and lay down in it, and I had subs hooked up so we could like listen to the movie through the radio, but then my subs killed the car, and when I was trying to leave, everybody was driving away and nobody would get me booster cables. It was a really funny time. Kids these days will never experience the drive-in movies, but at least they can use a projector or hologram or some shit. That's funny. Cyber Chase was a staple of my childhood. Cyber Chase, we're moving, we're beating. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Call me crass, but I do not know anything about that. What about Pink Panther? Oh, well, the tune's stuck in my head. Na 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 that's the downside to subs. Rip that it drained your battery that quick. Well, you know, it would help if I, at the time, was a responsible vehicle owner and I didn't let my battery freeze in the winter. If you don't live somewhere cold, you might not understand the struggle, but I live somewhere where it gets so cold that if your battery is not fully charged when it gets that cold, it will instantly, well, not instantly, that is a stupid thing to say, but it will freeze. And when batteries freeze, they're ruined. So that's something. If I hadn't have like half frozen the battery and then kept driving on it, that wouldn't have been the case. So that's just me not being smart. I can't believe that was Christopher Lloyd and Gilbert Gottfried for that show. For which show? For Cyber Chase? Sorry, I'm not familiar, so I'm not too sure. Also, yeah, good evening to you. Oh, I forgot how to pronounce it again. Was it like... Ah, do you have a like a nickname I could I could hit you with? I'll try to remember it. It's just obviously that was in last stream. I can't go back and read how you broke it down there. Where were we? In the 10 years of driving, I've never had subs in any of my cars and always wanted them. Granted, the stock sound system in my current 2 cars are good, but I always turn my volume down around others at lights, not to annoy them with my bass. Damn, you're too nice. I was never nice with my subs. I don't have them anymore. Well, I have a brand new set at my parents' house that I never installed, but yeah, haven't actively had subs for a very long time. But yeah, I was a dick with them. Cyber Chase, yes, okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, because I don't know much about that. Also, rip Gilbert Gottfried. I miss that dude. As vile as his humor was, a very, very funny guy. I have this cool Eevee card from Sun and Moon promo set. Toss it in the Pokemon part of the Discord. I want to see it. It's just Chris, don't worry. Alright, yeah, I'll just remember me when I see you. Oh, what's his... Oh, yeah, me. Hey, Chris. That's always weird to me, though. It's like, hey, Chris, how's it going? But I'm Chris? What do you mean? Names are kind of weird, though. I didn't even know he passed. Rip. He had a very distinguishable voice. Yeah, he passed, it was a while ago. I want to say it was like a year ago, actually. But yeah, he did have an incredible... Well, see, here's the thing. I did some research, and I guess it could have been fake. The internet's not the most reliable nowadays, and I did not do my extensive research, but from what I saw, Gilbert Gottfried, and I'm pretty sure the thing I saw was real, his actual voice was not that. That was a stage voice. I heard a video where he was talking in it and then he came out of character for a minute and then went back to it. Or like an interview maybe. I don't know. Like I said, it could have been fake, could have been real, but it seemed pretty real to me. I mean, you don't expect somebody to be like... You know, I used to be able to do a good Gottfried impression, but I'm not gonna try it raw on camera. That's gonna embarrass the hell out of me, honestly. Yeah, only time I hear about deaths is when people post it in Discord or if it pops up when I Google or something. Yeah, that's about the same for me, but like I tend to get caught scrolling a lot. I'll scroll through like Reddit or Facebook Marketplace too much, and I'm trying to stop that. Every time I scroll, I'm trying to force myself to remember, hey, you should be productive instead of doing this. You should try to get something done. You should try to move along and progress yourself to some extent. It's a running battle though, because I am so lazy, like in weird ways. Like I go to work and I'm never late. I work hard at work, but I get home and I'm just drained. Too drained to do what I enjoy. But that's on me. I gotta prioritize my time and how I spend it better. At the end of the day, you only get to live once and you have the choice as to how you live your life. If you, I mean, you're in control of your own destiny, so I really can't complain about the time I have left when I'm the reason I'm where I am in life, right? Anyway, sorry, huge tangent that I totally didn't mean to go on, but if you can't tell, when somebody talks to me, I can just ramble for forever. I'm pretty bad for that. Or good for it, I guess. I don't blame you. Honestly, I said so much shit, I don't remember what that's referencing. I'm sorry. Alright, Sent, that's the one thing making me do this Eevee hunt. Okay, I'll check it out. Just give me one sec here. I have the Discord open. Okay, chat. Oh, nice. That is such an interesting card. Like the face they put on that. That's sick. And when did you get that card? Also, should you not have that in like a top loader or something? Just to keep it safe? I feel like that's probably best practice, but I may be wrong, man. I may be wrong. Been wrong before. And I probably will be soon, because I'm a human. I'm prone to error. I tend to be wrong often. One of my favorite sayings, actually, is, oh wait, did I not just say that? This is what I mean when I say, like, I have a goldfish brain, and I forget so much stuff. Now I forgot what I was gonna say again, damn it. I was gonna say one of my favorite things to say is I've been wrong before, but I'm pretty sure that was literally my previous statement. So, just ironic. The situational irony. It's funny. You know, I should, I want to open some of my cards, but I think I should do it on stream. I feel like I should wait until I have a little bit more popularity to do it on stream, because the cards I have, I can't buy them anymore. Because I have the, well, I'll show you, actually. Give me one sec. I just gotta pick these out of the cabinet. Well, I guess, for one, I have the 151 ETB here that I never opened. However, there's another set of ones I got. Sorry, just wanted to do that real quick. Here we are. Oh. Yep, the glare is horrible. But, yeah, it's the Paldean Fates ETB, but the Pokemon Center edition. I have a few of these. I got them because the Paldean Fates set is I think like half of the cards are shiny Pokemon, and I haven't gotten cards in forever, but I really like shinies, so that's where that comes in for me. But yeah, I got those 3, and then I've got a 151 ETB, so I'd like to maybe get a few more and then do a big video where I open a bunch of them. But let me know what you guys would think of that, because I mean, if you guys don't want to see it, then I don't want to have to go to do that for no reason, right? Got so much shit in there, holy. Like, a lot. I got it from a friend at school, and I have an Elite Trainer box where I put all my good cards. Oh, cool. You know, I don't even know what, like, the inside of an Elite Trainer box looks like. Is it like an actual aluminum or tin box with the cards in it? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just bought them because I knew I'd like them. But then I get all caught in like the preservation thing, because I bought so many things as a kid, or I guess my parents bought me so many things as a kid that I didn't value, and then they got sold or something of the sort, and then I ended up regretting it. So as an adult, it's like, well, do I buy a few and then just keep it safe? But then, like, for what? Why am I buying it if I'm not going to enjoy it? Then I'm like, oh, well, maybe it could be money. Maybe it's an investment. It's a stupid back and forth, really. It's all black and a rectangle. Well, isn't that fancy? Isn't that fancy? Is that what all Elite Trainer boxes look like, or is that just the one you have? And I know I could Google this, but it makes more sense to ask somebody who's right here and firsthand knows. Firsthand knows. Isn't that funny? Firsthand knows. Like I said, the kind of stuff that entertains me, guys. It's literal mental feces. It's actual brain rot. It's like that for every single one. Well, that's kind of boring. Does it at least, like, does it say anything on it? Like, does it say Elite Trainer Box, or, I guess they're probably just trying to make them as cheap as possible and, not have to spend more money to make it more fancy. I have about 5 Elite Trainer boxes. Well, you got me beat, that's for darn sure. What ones do you have? Are they all the same, or... Oh, I mean the inside is all black. Oh, well what about the outside? But yeah, are they all from different sets, or... How did you come to acquire these things, Totodile? I feel like we're boogieing today. Almost 4K? Has it been 2 hours yet? Ah, damn, it has. So, okay, we're not quite on the rate I'd like to be, but... Oh, somebody thinks we're not going to get the Spearow today. Finally, a realist. Some would say, oh no, that's uninformed pessimism. I would say that's informed pessimism. Most definitely. I mean, the odds are pretty damn low. They're 1 in 10. We've gotten 3 on the route, right? 2 Mankeys and a Rattata. Yeah, we've gotten 3 on the route. So technically we should still need 7 more. That being said, we're going to be here for a while. And I know I'm going to put out a video at some point that's going to be like... I had to catch 9 shiny Rattatas just for this Pokemon or something. You know what I mean? On the outside, it's a Pokemon from their set. Example, Scarlet and Violet 151 ETB has a Snorlax on it, and Paldean Fates has a Mimikyu on it. Okay, so like the actual box itself, like the metal part of it, does have a design on it. I would open them, but I don't want to. I want to keep them for stream. I guess, or a video. A stream and then turn it into a video, more likely. I guess the issue with that is, though, is that I think in a stream, the most OBS will take is like... I don't even think it takes... It doesn't take 4K 60, that's for sure. And if it does, it wasn't working when I tried it earlier today. But I'd have to... Yeah, I'd have to... I have to figure that out. And Scarlet Violet promo set, JS Ritter. Oh, is Ritter Miraidon or Cryodon? Ritter. I'm unfamiliar. Should I be, or is that a misspelling? And I mean not to scrutinize. I genuinely, I just don't know. And you know, I've lived so much of my life when people would say something to me and I'd just pretend to know what they were talking about because I felt like I felt like I'd be alienated for being honest, but A, that's just not the right thing to do. B, that was extremely tiring, and C, it just makes no sense to no sense. See, exactly. If I had went with that and been like, oh yeah, Ritter. Not as stupid I would sound right now. It's like, dude, I meant either. Oh yeah, I just thought Ritter was a... no. You were saying BS, and now you're caught on it. Don't be stupid. We're gonna be 4,000 flat next encounter, and we'll also hit 107,000 and like 2, I think? Or is it 1,000? No, we'll be 106,992. I think. Either way, it doesn't matter. We'll hit it in a second. And the Silver Tempest has a Alolan Vulpix on it. I think I've seen that one. But not like the actual... I've only seen like what goes on the shelves, not the metal part of it. And the last one I have is Crown Zenith with Lucario on it. Oh, sick. I have 2 Scarlet Violet 151 ETBs. So with that being said, all of the trainer boxes you've gotten, have you gotten some good pulls? Some stuff that you're really proud of, or... Because honestly, that's what I'm scared about when I open these boxes of cards. Is that I'm going to open them expecting to get, like, something half decent and then get absolute trash cards. Which, at the end of the day, it's okay. Because I'm not buying the cards to resell them or to make money. Unless I were to sell the whole box sealed. I mean, if they went up drastically and it was worth my money and the effort of holding them, then maybe I would. But the cards themselves, no. The cards are for me. I want them to collect. And I just want the pretty ones. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I saw a shiny Mankey there, so I really... That caught my attention. Really quick. Oh yeah, like most of the art they do on their cards is pretty enough. Like it doesn't need to be a like a full art crazy card. But I mean, I prefer them anyway. Like the 151 set has some really nice cards. I would recommend Scarlet Violet 151, Crown Zenith, and Paldean Fates. Well, it's a good thing I've got 2 of those. It's a good thing I've got 2 of them. But maybe I'll just get more of the ones I got. I'd like the... I want a Moonbreon. I want a Moonbreon so bad. Have they went down in price yet? RIP, right? I really thought I saw it. I was hoping. Silver Tempest is a ripoff. Are the pull rates just bad, or do they just not have good pulls in general? Why do you think it's a ripoff? Totodile. I changed my mind on going out to dash, got some fresh air, and now it's almost dark, so meh, tomorrow. Hey, that's fair. I don't blame you. Sometimes it's not the time. You go out, you catch some nice breaths, you realize that you're having enough fun with your day and you don't want to spoil it. I get it. Pull rates are trash. Now I gotta ask, were they trash for you, or are the pull rates generally trash? Because I think there's a percentage that they release about the pull rates, right? Maybe? I think? Probably? Trash, as he reiterates. Genuinely trash. Okay. I do understand what you're saying, Totodile. And I will take that with a grain of salt. I will take that with a grain of salt. Definitely keeping it open in case something comes, but I don't want to go and drive out to post up for 2 or 3 hours only. LOL. So do you usually go for longer? Or you usually like 5, 6, like you do full shift type times? Or how do you go about that? Okay, the other one just updated way quicker. Definitely... Oh wait, sorry, that's the next one. Or the last one, rather. Unless an order comes in that's worth my time. And what do you consider an order worth your time? How would you delegate that? But if you want to buy a $60 Silver Tempest ETB and get 2 pulls, you can. Well, maybe I'll just do 2 and get 1 good pull, if I'm lucky. I'm thinking, you know, maybe we're being too optimistic. If we set ourselves with really low expectations, then we won't be disappointed. Yeah, full shifty. All really depends on what time I leave. What time I leave the house, though. Some days it'll only be a few hours because I leave late, or it'll be slow, so I just take one going towards my house that I normally wouldn't take, because it normally wouldn't be a good order for me. Okay, well that makes sense. And worth my time because I gotta pay at least $2 a mile to cover the return drives because it isn't as busy as it used to be back in the day. $1 a mile was good because you could just... where the hell is it? Oh, start back up anywhere. Usually get a good order on your drive back to the good zones. So are just less people ordering food now and people are going back to picking it up? Because I know, of course, that industry must have shot up a ton. Like an absolute ton. For COVID. That was like, that must have been its peak, right? But I never knew how that would have how that would have went past that. My cat is going blind by depression. I gotta ask Totodile, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that depression can cause physical blindness in a feline? If so, this is something I was not familiar with, and I would need definite clarification. That would suck. You get sad, and you just can't see. It's like, dude, I was already sad. The hell is this? I've been doing DoorDash for like 3 years now. Used to be 25 to 30 an hour range for me for a full 10-hour shift, but now more like 20 probably. When I'm actually out for 10-hour shifts, it'd probably be like 15. Damn. Well, I mean, if it's still lucrative to some extent, and you find it worth your while, then that's one thing, but that sucks that it's went down so much. All because people just aren't quite as interested anymore, but I guess that's how supply and demand works. Well, you see, one of our cats died, and he is getting depressed the whole time that we noticed his eyes are getting that way when you're going blind. And yes, depression can cause blindness. That is insane. Well, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that. My childhood dogs, they're sisters. They're out of the same litter. And this Christmas, it was Christmas Eve, I was at my girlfriend's parents' house. And I was just about to go to my parents after. And right before, I was like 5 minutes before I was about to leave, I got a call saying that the one that was like mine per se, that she died. And see, this is really weird that you just said that, because literally Christmas Eve, my dog died. And then yeah, your cat died the day after Christmas. I'm sorry to hear that. That's really unfortunate. There's never an easy way to deal with that either. Loss is just, it's a really tough issue. It's hard to walk a line for loss. There's no right way to go about it, is what I'm saying, you know? But what I was going to say about that is I think you could tell from the other two dogs in the house that the morale definitely changed, and it's weird because the sister that is still alive actually, she has vision issues. So, I don't know if you could ever correlate anything to that, but I don't think so, because she had the issues before she passed away. But just a bunch of weird coincidences. But yeah, that really sucked. That made Christmas really weird when I went to my parents' house. Yeah, nobody was all too happy. She has been with us since before I was born. The first cat my mom got, she was 14. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Like the cat was 14, you mean? When she passed away? That is still, like, I mean, for an animal, that is a really, like a cat or a dog, it's a pretty good life. Like, most dogs don't live past 14. But I guess some cats do live longer. Either way, that doesn't make it any better. That is unfortunate, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Hopefully you've got the support you need, and you're able to deal with it in a way that's healthy and doesn't affect your day-to-day life. Yeah, I still, it was Christmas Eve, and I've been to my parents' house since, and they got me an urn with her ashes and stuff. And like her paw print, but I just haven't had the heart to even look at it. You know, I've been to my, I've been there, and they've said, hey, you know, I got that thing from the vet on the table, do you want it? And I just, nope. Don't want to see it, don't want to know about it, no thank you. I know it's not necessarily the healthiest thing ever. I don't know, it's tough. It's weird. She was 7 too, so it was very unexpected. I wasn't the one bawling my eyes out. I don't get emotional when sad stuff happens, really. I cry for like 5 minutes and I'm fine. Nah, I'm not the same way. I often, like, I'll have a hard time bringing myself to cry sometimes because I have bad habits from past parts of my life where I chose to try to hide those emotions, but as I've gotten older, I've tried to grow out of that and be more vulnerable with my emotions, because there's nothing wrong with it, and you should never feel like you have to hide how you're feeling for anybody. But with that being said, in my efforts of trying to be more like that, I tend to cry quite a lot when stuff like that happens. But I mean, honestly, full disclosure, in the last 2 years I've had, I think I've had five friends die in the last 2 years, 5 or 6. So I mean, there comes a point where it doesn't matter how strong of a front you're trying to put up. You have to face your emotions, and you have to face the cards that you've been dealt. And I think after so many, I guess, no, it's even more than that. It's like 7 or 8, because one of them was my grandfather. But no, I guess my point is, yeah, there comes a point where you just have to understand that, like, I mean, after 2 or 3, and once that kind of continued and people just kept passing away, I came to understand that it was a part of life, and it was something I had to come to grips with. But I also understood that in order to be able to cope with my feelings, and in order to healthily deal with them, I needed to have an outlet for my emotions. And for me, it's always been, I get angry because I haven't always had the best skills for coping with emotions like that, or I cry and I deal with it that way. And as I've gotten older, I've tried to continue to do that more, because like I said, it's healthier and it feels a lot better to just be able to cry and let out what you're feeling. But no, that's definitely, it's tough to navigate that. And I think as you get older, Totodile, that may change. It may not, but it might change. There's a thing, and don't quote me on this, but when children are, when you're younger, there's still a part of your brain that's developing that tends to center around, I guess, controlling empathetic thought. And it's nothing to the fault of anybody. There's nothing that can be done about it. It's just that part of the brain doesn't develop until later into teenagehood, if I'm correct. So that would explain why things like that might not necessarily upset you as much as you would expect. I could be wrong. I'm not saying that is the case, but that is a possibility based on if what I am recalling is correct. Yeah. But I did get traumatized when she died in the bottom of my dresser at 4 AM. So did she, like... I don't want to ask too many questions because it's not really, like... Was she in pain? And she was... Because one thing I know about cats is when they are close to passing, they try to hide. And I wonder if the reason that happened is because the cat knew that it was close to death, and because I don't remember the exact reason behind it, but it's like they just like to isolate. I wonder if that's part of it is all. But yeah, was that like, did you? I guess she must have been in pain or something. Like, how did you know? I guess did you find her, or was there an audible indication? Really, I don't know a way to say that lightly and not like sound too graphic. So I'm sorry if I didn't come across as I should have with that. So sad though. You know, one of the weirdest feelings I've ever felt in my life was when the first time I saw, I think the first passed away being I ever saw was actually a person. It was a friend. It wasn't an animal. but one of the weirdest things I ever went through in life was that. Especially going to a lot of funerals. That's something I've never been able to get a grip on. You know, like, for you, for example, like, that was your pet for your whole life. And then all of a sudden, what you're looking at is not your pet. And, I don't know how to elaborate on that or explain it. It's just, it's something that my brain really has trouble understanding, and I don't think it ever will fully understand it, but it's troubled me ever since I first encountered that. When I woke up, I saw her hop into the dresser. Oh, I saw her half into the dresser making a weird noise. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's nothing that you should ever have to deal with or see. On the other hand, unfortunately, life is a weird thing. And, yeah, the circle of life is, it's not as kind as it could be. No, that's fine, I'm over it. Everybody dies at some point. That's true. That's something good to come to grips with at a young age. In general, at any age, I mean, one of the biggest issues a lot of people struggle with is trying to cope with the fact that they have to... They know that they have to die one day, and, I don't know, I think the reason that people... I don't know. I'm not going to say the reason people tend to think about that, but I think people would be a lot happier. And I'm saying this being the pot calling the kettle black, because I have this issue from time to time, but I just try to consider the fact that when I die, I'm not going to know I'm dead. So why am I stressing about it now? It's going to be moments of my life. Why waste years and years and years and decades of your life worrying about something that's going to be for moments, and then once it happens, you'll cease to be able to understand or deal with it. I guess a lot of people, it's the thought of an afterlife that scares them as well, which I understand. Personally, I have no beliefs on that in general. I don't have any either way. I'm very neutral. How do we get to such a sad topic again? Let me see. Oh, you said that your cat was going blind by depression, and then you explained how that was, because I wasn't sure how that was possible. Yet again, sorry for elaborating on that, and I know you say it's okay, and you're cool talking about it, but I really appreciate your vulnerability and bringing that up and being able to have a mature conversation about that. Yeah, Chizo, I feel you. It's I mean, that's really all you can do, is just try not to think about it. You're doing yourself, as a human, you're doing yourself a disservice by stressing over things you cannot change. And it sounds like such a simple, cliche thing, and a lot of people don't like to hear it. But at the end of the day, that is the bottom line. There are things that are going to happen in your life. There are changes you are going to undergo. There are things that you will not be able to avoid. That is guaranteed. What is not guaranteed is your reaction to those things. But you get the choice to choose how. I got so much thought going on in my head right now. I keep kind of losing my train of thought. I'm usually an introvert, but online I'm an extrovert. That's a lot of people. You know, it's a lot easier to be yourself and to speak out loud online. That's why so many people are so mean on the internet. Because at the end of the day, they don't really view it as themselves, because you're behind a profile picture, behind a screen, right? Did we get anything? I finished virtual golf and crushing sushi. Nice. Hopefully that was a fun time. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope it was... I just hope it was as fun as it could have been. But no, we didn't get anything. Last shiny we got was last stream. We got the Mankey at the start of the stream, and then we got a Rattata right at the end of the stream. So we're still sitting there. We named the Rattata Brie. B-R-I-E, like the cheese. It's kind of funny. Oh damn, my bad for the wild swinging conversation. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I was just talking about the fact that, and I'll just close this real quick because I failed to do so before. But if there's any takeaway I want anybody to take from that long rant, I just want you to know that when you encounter hardships, when you encounter things that break you down, that make your day harder, just look at the situation and understand, could I logically have changed the outcome, or was this going to happen regardless of what I was realistically going to do in this situation? And if you can identify that there was nothing you could have changed, then don't stress about it. But here's the thing, if you can identify that there's something you could have changed, don't stress about it. It still happened. It is what it is. There's absolutely no good reason to concern yourself and stress yourself out when you don't need to over stuff like that. Like I said, people don't like to hear it because it sounds pessimistic, but it is quite literally just reality. Yeah, like you said, Totodile, we need something to light up the mood. So I'll close it at that. We don't gotta talk any further about that. But I appreciate that we were able to have that conversation. Good name. Yeah, I forget who recommended it, but somebody did, and I immediately was like, yes, that is exactly what we need. Thank you. And so we went with it. Oh, I just got another good idea. I can do Pokemon game days. Okay, that sounds cool. Can you elaborate on what that idea entails? Like, what's it? I guess, yeah, just give a description of what you mean by that, because I guess that could mean a lot of things. Oh. I need a footrest. I need a footrest. You know, it's funny. They call it a footrest, and yes, I get that they say, like, oh, my feet are tired. Cognitively, no. But I guess that's a misunderstood, or that, not misunderstood, sorry. That's a very understood thing that goes without saying. I'm just being stupid and nitpicky. Not as good as Apom, but I'll give you that. Apom is, Apom's an A1 name for a Mankey. Wicked choice. Wicked choice. I mean, it's alright. Alright. What'd you think of Gouda? Also, I got a Snapchat memory the other day, and it absolutely shocked me. I was playing through PLA, like Legends Arceus, literally 2 years ago. What? That game's that old? And I know that's not like, that's old, but 2 years? Really? It's been that long? We're almost at that point where I gotta do like a retrospective of it. That'd be nice though, do like a 3-year retrospective from the day it released. That'd be next year though, right? I think it released like January 2 years ago. I might be wrong. For example, Monday Scarlet Violet, Tuesday Sword Shield, Wednesday PLA, Thursday BDSP, Friday Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, Saturday ORAS, Sunday XY. So you'll just play a different game every day of the week? And are these just to play them? Is this to shiny hunt? What's your scope when it comes to this, Totodile? Shiny hunt. I think that's a really good idea. And you know, like I said earlier, you didn't really say much to it, so I'm gonna guess I might know the answer to this, but if you're doing that and you have all these cool challenge ideas, have you considered creating content in that sector? And like, you're doing it anyway, you're having fun doing it. You can record what you're doing and voice it over. You don't have to show your face or anything, because I know you're younger. I know that's not something that you necessarily want to do, but if that's your interest, I think that'd be a really productive thing to do, because you could still do something you enjoy and you're doing all the time anyway, but you could document it and make some history of it. I don't have the equipment or money. Okay, well, Totodile, I ask you this: what is it that you're watching the stream on right now? Is it on a phone, a laptop, a desktop, a tablet? 5,000 and 108,000, by the way. Nice. Shiny on 6, maybe? That'll work one day. Tablet, okay. Does your tablet have a camera? Because you could record with the tablet. You might need to go around and mess with some audio settings to make it sound good, or you know, maybe do it so that when you film the videos, the sun is in front of you, so there's no glare on the screens or anything. But you could film the screens. There's a lot of people who still do that, I've seen, who put like 8 Game Boys on the screen and just film as they shiny hunt. So if you wanted, you've got the tablet. You can edit on the tablet. You can upload from the tablet. That's all you need. For now, you don't need equipment or money. You have the hobby. You have something to record and upload on. If that's, like I said, if that's something you'd want to do, then you could totally do that. And I would encourage you to. You can also screen record on your tablet. True. But with that being said, what hunts would he be doing that he could screen record them through the tablet? Screen record is like when you can record what is currently on your screen. So I know, like on my Android phone, I can swipe down, and in the menu there's just a little thing that says screen recording, and when I click it, it will just capture everything that's there. And yeah, then it turns it into a little video for the camera roll. Well, I'd assume he'd emulate the other ones just based on the money factor. Okay, yep, that's fair. No, you're right. And you'd get much better quality that way, too. And then you could just voice over through a nice set of headphones, maybe. Even if not, you could after edit the audio from the microphone in the video. But yeah, an emulator would be fantastic for that. Just see if you... Oh, that'd be perfect. A lot of people do that. A lot of people do like emulator challenges and stuff too, like the randomizers or weird, like, I've never been too much into that, and I wouldn't mind doing that in the future, but you know, a lot of people tend to do that very successfully, and it, like Jack of Spades said, it's not really going to take any extra resources. Just, oh, I thought I saw a shiny Mankey, damn. I had a pit in my stomach. I thought number 11 was shiny. But yeah, like you could play any ROM hack and have a super fun time, and make a good quality video out of it. So if that's something you want to do, I encourage it, but I also understand if that's oh, I know what screen record is. I want to be able to, but I don't know how. What kind of tablet do you have? Hey, peace, Chizo. Good luck. Hopefully you get some more orders when you're out there and you can make some more bread, but I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a fantastic afternoon or evening for you. And, yeah, hopefully we'll see you soon. But if not, take her easy, stay safe, and enjoy yourself as much as you can. Have a fantastic Friday. Apple. Okay, so I haven't owned an Apple product for about almost 20 years. Like 15 years, basically. Maybe it was actually 14 years. So I don't really know anything about that, but Jack of Spades can probably help you out there. I just personally don't, I don't know. I switched to Android because, well, Samsung specifically, because you could expand your storage with an SD card, and I stuck with it. Never changed. And I enjoy my phone now. It's nice. If I ever made enough money in the future, I might try getting an iPhone and seeing how it runs, but how I like it. But excuse me, I like the accessibility of Android. I don't use it a ton, but I have used it, like for coding NFC tags. I used to code those a lot. And you need an Android to do that, because of the read and write function for NFC tags. Other than that, I haven't really used Android for many of its functions, except for like the triple camera is nice. I do take a lot of nice photos, but that's about it. I'm in the same boat as you. I've been an Android man since I was 12-ish because of SD card expansion and emulators. That was a big thing too. For a while, emulators were not very big on Apple for some reason. And I don't know why that is, but it was. I remember talking to friends and I was like, oh yeah, if you want to play, you can just get an emulator. Like, oh, what emulator? And this was like grade 8, right? But they'd go through and look at the App Store, and there was just never any good emulators. And I was like, oh, well, I can get one right here. And then I'd load up I'd go into like the actual file manager on my Android and dump the file into the emulator, and people are looking at this like, how do you do that? I don't know, that's why I got an Android, man. Which is funny, because I never emulated that much, but there was a period in middle school where it was like, it was cool to emulate. And you know, I thought kids were like making fun of us, because me and my friends always loved Pokemon, like through the ages where it wasn't cool to like Pokemon. So when people started doing it, we didn't realize it was like genuinely popular and people enjoyed it. We thought it was like a satire thing. I don't know. It was kind of narcissistic if you look back at it. Like, yes, people doing things for their own enjoyment and talking to you about it is totally to spite you. Stupid way to think, but child me thought that. Child me did not have good skills with people. And adult me isn't much better. A little bit, but not much better. But yeah, I like my Androids. They're good to me. Except for my S20 Ultra that I had. Screw that piece of shit. And it's not the fact that the phone was a piece of shit. It's the fact that they made it out of glass that sucks. On the front and the back. Why did you put back glass? Why? That is unnecessary. I drop my phone, it's in a case, I think it's not cracked. I pull it out of the case 3 days later, guess what? The back's shattered. What the hell? It's in an OtterBox, that shouldn't happen. But it does. It most definitely does. So, when I had the opportunity, after it broke a second time on the back glass, I decided screw it, I traded in the phone, and I got an S23 Ultra, and I never looked back. Because it doesn't have glass on the back. God forbid, I haven't cracked the front glass yet. I did that on my S20 though. By being very stupid. I was MIG welding. And this is when I was new to MIG welding, and I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just kind of like getting to use the gun and figuring out how it worked. Yeah, I kept my phone in my pocket with the screen facing out, and a piece of slag popped off my weld. Which, if you don't know what slag is a hot piece of like molten metal essentially. Yeah, it flew and it landed on my screen, and then I went and I saw something was on my screen and there was a little line. I'm like, what the hell? So I went on my screen and it kind of popped off my screen. I don't know how many times I can say screen in a minute, by the way. Holy. Yeah, it kind of just popped off. It's like, oh, it felt kind of stuck to there. What? And then I looked and I realized it had made a slight indentation where it had popped off, and it had essentially melted into the screen a little bit, which caused it to split, which was awesome. And it was extra awesome when I realized that, because this was technically the second time it happened, but I didn't know that yet until I flipped the phone around and I realized that a time previous, maybe the day before, piece of slag had flown onto one of the primary cameras as well, and it split the lens right in the center. Tell me the odds of that. You know, that said though, it would have been a lot harder to do if I was just, you know, smart enough to not weld with a phone in my pocket. That's really stupid to begin with. You're gonna keep a battery-powered device on you while you're pushing large amounts of current through metal? I mean, maybe there's not anything inherently dumb about that, but I don't think there's anything inherently smart about that. And I think that's a hill I'd die on. Not gonna lie. Also, I just realized we're getting so close to 75 subs. So that's really cool. Then we can move on to our next goal. It's okay though. I think once I release this next video that I got, or I guess the first one on the channel, I think it'll draw a few subs. Get above 100, hopefully. That'd be really cool, actually. I'd feel awesome about that. That reminds me, when I was like 19 and I posted TikToks of me at a scrapyard. It ended up popping off, which was kind of weird, and I ended up stopping because I just didn't have a passion for it. But in a single day, it was actually my 19th birthday? Yeah, it was my 19th birthday. I got literally 40,000 followers in a day. It was insane. We had like 3 videos blow up at the same time. And yeah, we ended up within like 2 weeks having like 85k. But I didn't really understand how to be interesting at the time because I wasn't interested in what I was doing, which led to me making crap content, you know, a couple months later, and then stuff started to decline. I got myself stuck in such a weird niche, it just didn't make sense to try to pursue anymore or change, so I essentially left it and let it die. I mean, I guess that's not necessarily true. My friend that was on the page as well, I let him use it for his YouTube. And you might think, you're like, if you have that many like, it's still got like 65k on it. you might think, like, if you've got that many followers on a TikTok account, why wouldn't you just use that to popularize what you've got now? And there's two answers to that. One, I already told my friend he could use it. I'm not going to go back on that just because I'm wanting to be selfish. But two, I don't really think there's a benefit to even trying that. I want to build an authentic audience. The people that were interested in the stuff I posted there are not going to be interested in Pokemon and shiny hunting. Or like, a lot of what I'm going to be putting out soon is going to be commentary and analysis. That just may not be for them. And yeah, maybe I could get a couple thousand followers out of it. But I don't know. I'd rather just have the authenticity. I don't mind spending time and putting energy into something that eventually flourishes. Like, I know it's... To me, it's just simple. You take your input, you find whatever leverage you can have, and then there's output. The leveraging is just figuring out how to use my time efficiently and how to figure out effective ways to think and create things. And I've got all the time that I'm gonna have, so might as well spend it trying to build that and figure it out, and eventually, with patience, something will probably happen. But like I've been saying a lot recently, I've been talking the talk too much lately and not really walking the walk, so I should keep hush until I actually, you know, do something that's a little bit, you know, maybe worth some praise. Because I've definitely not been... You can't find your phone? You came here with it. You had it for like...
No, I have it. Let's go, but I went out to smoke and I'm scared I left it outside and so I'm forgetting the phone.
Okay, I guarantee that didn't happen. Just calm down. I'm checking. There's no way your phone got stolen from our backyard. Yeah, it's at my house.
You can call it?
I can, yeah. Sorry guys, my my girlfriend lost her phone. So I'm just helping her find it. Yeah. Anyway, on to a different note. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're all having a fantastic afternoon or evening, whatever it may be. Yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. Whether you're lurking, commenting down below, just enjoying your day, whatever it is. Nice to have you here. And what's that? Where was it? Yeah, that is a little dumb, isn't it? I joke. Love you. She's like, I'm dumb. It was on a box beside the door. It's funny. It is what it is. Stuff happens. Oh, jeez. Had to set up my phone so I could see the chat there. Also, she left the door open. Give me one sec. My basement's really cold, so I try to keep my basement cold. Or sorry, I don't try to keep it cold. My basement's cold, so I try to keep the room warm by oh. Right. There we go. I try to keep the room warm by keeping the door closed, and then the PC and the GameCube kind of keep, or the GameCube's kind of keep the heat in here. We got 13 votes. What are people saying? Alright, so we got 85% saying, yes, we'll find a Spearow, and they like the stream. Thanks very much, appreciate that. 8% no, we won't, but I like the stream. I like the I like the informed pessimism. That's good. And then so I just want to run away there. 8% at we won't, and I don't want to like it. You know what? That's fair too. No one's forcing you to. You don't have to. That I mean, I would like if you thought we'd find one though. But honestly, you ask me, I don't think we're gonna find one either. The odds are not very high. I think there will be many rats and many monkeys in our future. Such as we see one bird in this encounter. Oh, shit. I always do that. Oh, does that? Oh, that works so much better. I changed how I had the elastic. I used to have the elastic hooked on the same handle side as the toggle stick, but I flipped it. So now it's over here, but it's still pulling up the stick. Gives it more tension. Hopefully it'll work a little bit better that way. And not slip off and do that bumper thing again. I swear, this elastic band is probably like the best shiny hunting investment I ever made though. Saves the hell out of my thumbs. Well, I mean, because it's just like pull, let go, pull, let go, pull, let go, instead of pull, push, pull, push, pull, push, pull, push. Like, you can imagine, one's got to be so much more physically draining. I mean, you don't have to imagine it, but I don't think it'd be hard for you to. They might as well try. That's way too low. You get stuck looking at one screen and all of a sudden you just, you look at the other, you know, 5, 10, 15, and they're all doing weird shit. Just like me, doing weird shit. You know, the one thing that's really baffled me about doing these hunts so far is the fact that they're not near as quick as I'd expect. With my math, I thought I'd get one like every 4 hours. And I guess that's based off of theoretical odds. And theoretical odds just haven't been nice to us recently. But it's like ever since we started random encounter hunting, they just shot up in length. Like, look at this. We're at 104 hours. That's nothing to scoff at. And we've gotten 2 Rattatas, 2 Mankeys. That's it, other than the starters. The starters, 2 Rattatas, and 2 Mankeys. Granted, though, I did fail a shiny Charmander, which I'm still so freaking embarrassed about. Ooh, I just thought of a shorts idea. I gotta write that down before I forget it. Okay, I just had to get that title wrote down. right as I was saying that, it just came to my mind. And like I've said many times before here, I have the memory of a fish that is gold. So if I don't write something down or solidify it the second I find out about it, generally speaking, I will not, I'll not remember it. As unfortunate as that may be. Did either of those go up? They both went up at the same time, just very fast. Okay. Alrighty then. JamTube, what's good? How you doing today? I'm not doing so bad. You know, it's Friday, it's the weekend. We're out here trying to find a shiny. We started the stream today at 0 because we found a shiny at the very end of the last stream. So we're gonna definitely hit odds today. With that being said, what's your day looking like? What's JamTube got on the radar? The Poke radar, if you will. You know, I was just thinking about you today. I meant to pop by in your Deoxys stream and I never did. So I'm sorry about that. I haven't been on much lately, but I've been trying to improve stuff. I changed a bunch on this layout. Not sure if you can tell, but if you're curious, I can give you all the details. And then yeah, just been trying to figure out video ideas and put together thumbnails. I've kind of had a little. You can't really read that, but I got a little book I got going with a bunch of stuff I'm thinking of, but yeah, no, I just been busy. Oh, sick man, wish I was there for the Rattata, but hopefully something will shine tonight, and you're all good, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate the luck, the well wishes, I guess you would say. But I'd like to think we'll get something today. We're gonna hit odds, so I mean, I don't know. Theoretically, we should, but odds are never nice to us. But hey, it's all good. You weren't there for the Rattata. That is what it is. Not all Rattatas shine when you want them to. But that being said, because we're here on a Professor Oak challenge and we need to get both of the Spearows here, rest assured if you stand by and stick around for some of the new hunts coming up, I'm sure you'll see your share of Rattatas. If not, I don't even know what I'd say. Like honest to goodness, if we got 2 Spearows back to back, I don't know how loud I would scream, but I can tell you the microphone would not pick it up nicely. I mean, crazier stuff's happened, but still not likely, nevertheless. I'm doing a writing assignment before I make dinner, so I'm chilling. Would love to see a Spearow. Nice. What's the writing assignment on? And how are you feeling about it so far? And before you make dinner, what are you making for dinner? I'm in that boat too. I gotta make some dinner as well. I just don't know what yet. Man, I just realized Pikachu is gonna be something on this challenge. Okay, so the fantastic thing about that is, I guess for one, yes, you're right. It's gonna be a pain. However, that's okay, because we have to get the whole Wurmple, Caterpie. I think we can hunt Pidgey in there too. Maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you can look that up or if you know that, just let me know. But being that it's 5%, it is really gonna suck. I'm hoping we just randomly get one before we're like actively. I guess you can't really actively hunt for it. I'm just hoping we get one early. But with that being said, it's nice. We only have to get one because the Thunderstone is not available then, and thus I can't evolve it. So if I can't evolve it, then I don't have to get the second Pikachu. So we're just looking for one. Unfortunately, it should just theoretically take me, what, 20 times? 20, is that a 20 phase hunt? 5%? Oh, that was 6,000 flat. Nice. Didn't even realize. I gotta write on some articles of romanticism. Frankly, this is very last second, and it's due in 2 hours, but I pulled the same crap last week and got 100%, so we will see. Gotta get the luck of the guy on Twitter who posted a Phase 1 Pikachu looking for Caterpie. Damn. Wouldn't that be nice? Also, spaghetti. Track meet tomorrow, so it is carb night. Awesome. Well, that sounds like a good plan. Get yourself all nice and prepped for tomorrow. I'm sure you'll do well. What, are you doing just spaghetti? Spaghetti and meatballs? Spaghetti with some chicken or something? I don't know. I don't know what's good with spaghetti other than meatballs or on its own. But what are you, as far as track tomorrow, what's the competition looking like? Are you a 100-meter dash type of guy? Are you a triple jump kind of guy? High jump, long jump? Are you a discus type of guy? Javelin? I think that's about all the things I know. Like, not even just about track, like everything. I think in this stream I've spit out every bit of knowledge I've ever gotten. It feels that way sometimes. I'll be speaking about something, and I'll be so intent with what I'm saying. I'll be very, you know, I'll feel like I've got it all planned out nicely in my head, and then it's just gone. Gone. That's impressive. None of them... Okay, we got 3 that caught there. And you know the irony of that is I forgot what I was talking about. In track I do sprinting events, but outside of it, distance. Tomorrow morning I'm doing stuff like the 60 meter and the 200, and then next weekend is a 10K road race. Oh! Is this an on-foot race, or is this a bike race? I would imagine on foot. Bike, that wouldn't be too bad. As long as it's not hilly. If it's 10K a hill, that's a different story. I'm not very active when it comes to running, but I have been known to ride my bicycle a lot. In the summertime, I like to go out and do... I mean, like, I think a good ride for me is, like... I guess you're American. But, I like to go like 20K. I think that's like 10 miles. Something like that. Wait, now I just realized you said 10K. So that is 10 kilometers, but you're in America. What? How does that work? Is there some use cases where you guys use those? Like is it measured in kilometers for like, for track events or something? Okay, we're good. Where were we there? Dang it, I just noticed the 100K plus total encounters. Super excited but terrified to see the end count. Oh my goodness, dude. Just for Kanto alone, like, I'm pretty sure for the whole Dex we're talking... Well, I mean, obviously we're not that far in and look how many we have, but we're talking like millions. Millions of encounters. It's a road race. I can't bike for shit. Oh, I'm too slow. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. I'm the opposite. I don't know if I have the endurance for running anymore. Biking, I do. Running, not so much. I used to play basketball. I haven't played that in years and years and years. 20K is 12.2 miles. 10K is 6.2. It's cross country, so we convert between miles and kilometers. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. So yeah, I come from a place where it's kilometers all the time, so I just assumed that was the standard, and then if you were in America, you'd use miles for that. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Because it's more even. Instead of saying we're running a 6.2, we can say we're running a 10K. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely does make sense. We're running a 6.2, boys. Let's go. It just makes me think of diesel engines. Yeah, boys, I'm running a 6.7. We're on a power stroke. We use miles of track alongside meters. Like, we'll say we're either running a mile or the 1600 meter. Huh. That's interesting. Cross country, you usually don't use miles because it's never even. Okay, I see. So it makes more sense for cross country, but for that, with that being said, the measurements, the standard distances they have in track and field, it just doesn't make sense. That's kind of what I'm getting from this. Guys, I just want to take a moment to really just let you know my appreciation. And I say this too much in streams, I know. It probably gets redundant and annoying, but I just want to let you know my genuine appreciation having you guys here. And just, you know, knowing that there's people that take the time out of their day to come and join us on stream where we're just running around in a game for dozens, hundreds of hours, however you want to look at it. It's amazing to see that there's this many people. I mean, I know I'm small and I'm new to the platform, but it's amazing to see this many people. I mean, this early for me being onto the platform, that are vibing with it and enjoying and sticking around. So I guess I digress. I appreciate you guys. I love that I have you guys around, and it's amazing that I get to share this setup with you guys. And you know, not just that, but like get to have valuable conversations and get to talk about things that are enjoyable to talk about. Because like I said, I want to... This channel is going to be a lot of Pokemon stuff, but there's also going to be a lot of commentary. I really love, you know, like literary arts in general. It's just something that I've always enjoyed, so I think that's somewhere where I can really focus my energy and connect with the audience. So you guys will see a lot of that coming soon. I haven't been motivated, I've been lazy. I'm changing that. Understand that I am teaching myself to edit, and I am making sure that these are nice when I put them out. I know there will be a learning curve no matter what, but I want to make it as short as possible. So I'm taking my time to make sure the first video I put out sets a little bit of a precedent. I know it's not going to be as good as it could be, but like in the future, but the first video never will be. I understand that. I forget where else I was going with that. Pretty much, yeah, in track everything is even, so you can use both for cross country and long distance. It's always got a random 0.1 or 0.2 after. Yeah, isn't that funny, hey? Dude, you've been growing and it's awesome to see. As this challenge goes, you're gonna make shiny hunting history. Hey, you know, that really means a lot. I appreciate that. It's nice to see that, you know, it's not just me noticing the growth, because obviously, with the channel being as small as it is, I don't expect anybody to notice that. Like, how should I say this? I feel like I'm the only one analyzing it to that extent, right? So you assume that most people just kind of scroll by, they see the low numbers, and they don't even, it's not even something they take into account because they're so low, right? But I guess anyway, it's just nice to see that you are noticing that. It really means a lot that you've even brought that up, honestly. With that being said, I should touch on the fact that the shiny hunting history thing, I totally hope that's the case. That would be amazing. It's going to take a little while. I'm going to have to establish myself a little bit more, of course. But I'm hoping that's the case. That's the goal. I want to be able to share what I love with the community and grow with it. And I think the best way to do that is through taking what I love and finding ways to relate it to people who don't necessarily like Pokemon or don't necessarily like shiny hunting. And that's where I want to take my long form content, right? I want to take a little bit of what I like and tie it mostly to something that everybody knows and or enjoys or is interested in. And from that point, that's where I can really, you know, make stories and be creative with it. And then people that see that may say, okay, that was really cool, let's see what else he's got, and become interested in the hobby itself. And that's really my goal. Alongside, obviously, I'm going to do commentary that is unrelated to Pokemon. But that's just part of what I want to do, and the audience will enjoy it or they won't. And that's something we'll find out then, you know, and I'll tweak accordingly. But at the moment, my audience is it's 75%, 25 to 35. So I think the commentary thing fits in with my audience. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if it's something I love to do. If it's something you love to do, you'll do it well. That's how I look at it. Where were you there? Sorry. I think when I first joined, you had like 21. Yeah, I think you're right. It was like 15 to 25, somewhere around there. I sat around that number for a while, and then I saw little spikes here and there. It may take some time, but as you continue the challenge and grow, you'll become more noticed. Videos will also heavily help. Oh, and see, that's the thing that really has shocked me the most, is I've seen an amount of growth that, like, I personally am proud of, and I enjoy seeing, given the fact that all I've done is live stream. I haven't posted anything. And, you know, a lot of people are telling me, they're like, hey, dude, you know, you're not gonna grow until you post stuff. And to that, it's tough, because I say, like, I know that. But I don't want to push out a bad video, because I don't feel like my idea is fully thought out in my head. But, I guess I digress. My point is that it shocks me that I can look and see that, you know, I'm getting any subscribers. Like, it's weird to me that a guy that has no videos uploaded, just VODs, can, you know, have, you know, every couple of weeks have, you know, 10 people subscribe, or have, like, our last few streams, if you go in the live archive, there's a few that have, like, a couple that have, like, 200-300 views. And that was super shocking for me, because for so long while I was streaming, I'd end the stream and it would be like 10 views, and that was it. It would peak. There's still some there that have peaked at like 10 or 15. That's where they stopped, and then I started getting content with like 20 or 30, and now I can see that I'm steadily hitting this like 100 to 100 plus mark, and it's just really weird to see that go up. And I think it goes to show that because I have no long form content, I'm doing something right if I'm seeing growth without long form, because that's essentially you get growth from long form specifically, and you can send traffic to the long form to gain the growth. So most people say, like, oh, you get subscribers from shorts. Yes, but they're not subscribing because of the short. They're subscribing because the short brought them to your channel, where they saw the good content, and that solidified their thought and made them decide to subscribe, right? That's how I view it. If you have a different view, I'd love to hear that side of things. The difficulty with growing strictly with streams is the limited time audience, as you mainly only get the attention of those who are free at that time. They're still super good for growth, especially with people slowly coming back to stream. Well, and that's the thing that I find crazy too, is for the people that I have had come in and subscribe, the retention rate has been very, very surprising for me. Like, I guess maybe retention rate might not be the word, but like today, Bear in mind, this is, at the time, I guess, because this is going to be an archive at some point. If you're just watching this right now, I currently have 65 subscribers. So, if you're looking at this 2 years down the road and that's a comparable number or something, hey, cool. Good job, Chris. You did well. But I forgot what I was saying. Shit. Oh yeah, with those 65 subscribers, it's crazy that when I started my stream today, I was on for maybe like a minute or two, and all of a sudden just 6 people. And I had literally 6 different people chatting. And these people stay and they talk for a while, and this entire stream I haven't went below 6 people. It's just really, it's crazy to me that with such a small channel, with such minimal content, I'm still building this loyal audience. And that just motivates me more and more to try and, thought I saw Shiny Mankey again, damn it. It motivates me more and more to try to make good long-form content, because I think if I'm seeing this growth from just this small, you know, this minimal aspect when it comes to the scheme of things on YouTube, I feel like if I put this same effort elsewhere, I just feel like things will start to fall into place. But I've always had a lot of confidence in the things I do. I move with intention, and I always have. I mean, I make mistakes, but I generally try to streamline things as much as I can, without cutting corners anyway. Especially with people slowly coming back to YouTube streaming. And that's the thing, when I started streaming, everybody told me, go Twitch, go Twitch, go Twitch. And every single time somebody told me that, I just said no. And they're like, well, why not? I'm comfortable with YouTube. YouTube is a fantastic platform. It has been dominant for years. It's not dying anytime soon. The ad revenue can be absolutely insane. Which I mean, I just need a tiny piece of that pie to really feel like my life's work has been finished. But that's not even the point. That's irrelevant. You know, I didn't even really know about the whole Twitch thing dying until I did some more research into it on like the content that's on there, and it really solidified my decision. It made me really happy that I chose to start streaming to YouTube, because I think that's where it's at. I don't think there's near enough shiny hunters on YouTube that stream. I think most of the bigger ones still stream to Twitch, and it doesn't make sense to me. So I think there's a gap now where I can kind of slither in and make my spot. But I don't even like to think of it that way, because if my content is good enough and effective enough, that doesn't need to be there. I can make my own spot, right? You can definitely run a channel on one form of content and be successful, streams, videos, shorts, etc. The more you combine, though, the better. That's how I kind of see it. For sure, because at the end of the day, different kinds of people are going to consume different forms of content, right? So one type of person may only come in to see your streams, but one other person may be there just to, you know, watch your shorts and scroll through them for a bit. Another person might be there to sit down for 25 minutes and watch a long form breakdown, right? It's really, diversification is one of the biggest keys to this. I'm gonna say that with confidence. Where are we? I would recommend, and if you haven't already, you can adjust the content order on your front page. I would put your streams first when you start uploading. So, what do you mean you would put the streams first when I start uploading? I'm not too sure I understand. Like, do you mean put the streams before the new videos? Or behind them? You got me confused there. The way you're putting main content up front, or that way you're putting your main content up front. One advantage you also have is the diverse time of streaming, which helps you reach more of an audience. Everyone told me the same thing, and no regrets. Twitch is hell to grow on, and it's going pretty downhill. Yeah, for sure. Like, I was watching a video the other day Because when I'm at work, I spend like 2 to 3 hours a day with my phone in my pocket listening to whether it be motivational content. Usually it's educational. It's motivation and education combined into one. That kind of stuff. Specifically about like business growing in the platform. But when I'm doing that, like there's this one specific video I saw where it was described that it was literally 99% of Twitch had 1 viewer or less on their streams most of the time. And then I thought about that once I'd learned that. I'm like, I've been on YouTube for a month at the time, and I have like 5 people constant generally. It was just weird to hear because the parallel, right? It just didn't make sense. Like when you click on your channel and it shows the list of content in order, typically videos scroll down to streams and shorts below. You can change that. So when people click your channel, the first thing they'll see is that you're a daily stream. Ah, okay, I see what you mean, because they're gonna see the long form content anyway. But if they have to scroll over the fact that you're a streamer to see that, then you're passively implementing the thought in their mind to go and see your streams without having to point it out. Is that kind of what you mean? Because that's what I'm getting from that. And also, hey Campy, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Happy Friday and welcome to the stream. What goes on today with you? Anything new? But if that's what you're getting at, I 100% agree. That makes a lot of sense. Because people are gonna look for the long form anyway. And people aren't necessarily looking to see if people stream. But if they look for the long form and they see the stream content on the way, then once they go through that edited content and they find that they like it, then they might go back and say, hey, this was something I should have checked out. Otherwise, they'll have to scroll down and see streams, and before that, they'll see the upload scroll, which in your case won't be a lot. That too, yep, that is definitely fair. Yeah, because I guess I've got like, I want to say like 46 or 47 streams. So yeah, put that there so then it's highly visible. I don't really know how to change the layout of that. I'll have to look into that after the stream, because I'm gonna look into some of this video. I started writing the video today in the 10 minutes when I first came up with the idea. I got like the intro paragraph, but yeah, anyways, once I'm done the stream here, then when I go to continue to work on that, then I'll take a look and see if I can't switch that around. Because right now I've got it set so that it's like recommended content, like the For You stuff up top, because that was the only way I could make it show content to people, like without saying there's no content on this channel. Obviously, from what you said, there's another way to do that. I just wasn't aware of it. I've noticed, yeah, mobile YouTube is kind of asked to try to use. If you go to Desktop YouTube Studio, scroll down into Customization. In your case, streams might be the default since you haven't uploaded. I will Windows print scan that, and I'll reference that for after, because I won't remember the specifics, but yeah, it probably would be the default. I'm not too sure, but oh, got a burp. Excuse me. But yeah, I should in the next couple weeks, I want to have a couple videos out and start to roll them out that way. The thing is the video ideas I have they're longer ideas. They're very they're extensive. Like the breakdown commentary stuff I want to do, like these are gonna be like 12 to 20 minute videos, and they're not going to be lightly edited. There's going to be a lot of, like, I don't know. I'm just gonna let you guys see when it comes out, and from there, then I guess I can actually talk about it once it's visually in front of you. It's concrete, but for now, I don't really know if it's worth speculating what I'm going to show you in a week. You'll see. It'll be much more enjoyable once you actually get to click on her and see what she's all about. But yeah, it's just gonna take a little bit of time, because the thing is I don't really want to push out the standard like shiny blank after blank resets. I feel like that puts me in a box, you know. I'm a guess shiny compilation. Okay, so since you weren't here in the very start of the stream, I guess I can give you a little bit of a... Can I? I'll give you this. It's not... One of the videos will probably feature a shiny compilation. In fact, they might both to an extent. However, they won't inherently be shiny compilations. Look, Connor, I hardly know her. Fair. So they'll probably both kind of... They'll have that essence within them. However, I really want to throw an emphasis on storytelling with these videos, and I want it to tie to anecdote 1, and 2, I want it to... I want to tie these videos to a factor of relatability that expands past the community of Pokemon fans and shiny hunters. I want to expand beyond that, because with what the content is going to be, it's going to interest the Pokemon community anyway, right? I feel like if I really stick to that too hard, I'm putting myself in a box, and I think I said that before. But yeah, if I can take a much broader topic that applies to most people and tie that through anecdote and evidence into what I enjoy most, which is shiny hunting, and obviously shiny hunting in mass, I think that's probably my most effective plan of attack for a video. But like I said, it's going to take some time. I feel like especially because I want to take the route of commentary down the line pretty soon here, I feel like just posting Pokemon stuff would really hurt the potential growth of the channel. But then again, I shouldn't say that, because as I said before, which I'm most definitely what do they say? Beating a dead horse? I'm definitely doing that now. If you put out good content, then the people will come. Maybe not eventually, or maybe not immediately. Hopefully, eventually. But it's something, you know, even if it's multiple genres, if one of the videos appeals to one party and one appeals to the other, it's not like just because there's content on the channel that is opposite of somebody's general interest, it's going to deter them, right? As long as what they enjoy is still included, then that may not be a factor. Excuse my massive ramble, by the way. But yeah, that's did you play the original Star Wars Battlefront 2 by any chance? With the new release coming out, I'm definitely moving that to the channel. You know, honestly, I don't think I did. I also didn't know I didn't know that they were making a new release of that. That's really cool. When's that coming out? You know, you could always do like a video with that too if you have the original. Do a playthrough before the game comes out, and then when the new game comes out, do another playthrough, and then you could turn that into a long form comparison video of like what they did right and what they did wrong. You could make a real clickbaity title out of that too. Oh. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a fountain of ideas, and sometimes I feel like quite the opposite. Oh. By the way, I'm just gonna take 30 seconds here. I really gotta run to the washroom. Bathroom, restroom, however people say it. Oh. Oh, shoot. Okay, I will literally be back in just a minute here. Thanks for your patience. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I ended up grabbing a pair of pants too because I am freezing. I just threw them right over top of my shorts. It was getting to be too much for me to handle. Could be a cool thing to do if that's your thing. Well, they're releasing the originals on all new platforms with multiplayer and updated maps. It'd be like if they released FireRed again with online battles and a Johto map. No way! That is so sick! That is awesome. And when is this coming out? Has the release date been announced, or is that speculated still? Also, I gotta see if I have slippers here. Just one sec. I am freezing. But frankly, I'm scared to turn on my heater because I don't want to blow a breaker. Nope. Blanket it is. Blanket it is. It's coming out March 14th, so not even that long. I'm super excited. Definitely going to be taking over my streams for a bit. That's fair. I can't blame you for that. That's going to be a very fun time. I definitely think it would be worthwhile though playing through the old ones and like maybe streaming that before it comes out, which might do well just due to the fact that it may be popularized. It may be popularized as compared to usual because of the new releases. And then you can take that, play the new games on stream, and then fucking turn that into a really, really nice video. I think you could go far with that. And I know you love editing. I think you could turn that into a nice, longer project type of video. If I could, I definitely would. Unfortunately, I had the originals on the PS2. What's the issue with that? Do you not have the originals anymore? I take it you got rid of your PS2? Ooh, 7,000 and 110,000. 110k, holy shit. Oh, we're gonna get to a point where it's gonna be like 1.5 million encounters. Can you believe that? Like, by the end of the year, we should be at that point. Is that not absolute insanity? Think about how many hours. We're gonna have like 3,000 hours. This is gonna be ridiculous to people clicking in at some point. It probably already is. Sorry, I don't mean to change the topic. I just thought of that, and that's that's so crazy. Oh, that is insane. That's insane. Okay. You said once it comes out, I'll definitely be editing and posting clips and moments. For sure. You gotta take advantage of that. Yeah, I don't even know where my PS2 is. It's somewhere in my moving boxes, but I don't have any material to film it. Inverter, capture card, etc. Well, you know, I know you make a bit of money off YouTube because you're monetized, right? And you have members. You can get, like, honestly, and trust me, if anybody knows converters and capture cards, it's this guy. I got 16 converters and 4 capture cards. And 4 multi-viewers as well. I have 2... Hey, Totodile, happy to see you. How are you? I will say, out of all of the equipment I have 2 high-end capture cards, and I have 2 low-end capture cards. The only one that's given me 0 issues ever is my Elgato 4K60. It's a PCI installed, like a PCI installed card that goes on the motherboard of my PC. PCI on the PC, sorry. That one's never given me a single issue. The other ones have given me equal issues. Now, with that being said, I have an Elgato HD60S, which is worth, I don't know, like $100 or something like that. And then I have 2 Amazon ones worth about $15 each. The Amazon ones work great. So get a $15 Amazon capture card. And get yourself a... the converters I buy, I'll send you the Amazon listing. They are... I'm talking 15 Canadian dollars for the converter. Maybe 20. And 11 to 15 Canadian dollars for the converter. And then you can... you can film it like that. That's all you need. Super cheap. You'll spend less than $25 US. Another thing is my PS2 probably doesn't even work that well. I couldn't imagine, at least. Honest to God, if you're genuinely wanting to do the content and you're serious about it, I have... I have 5 PS2s. If you covered shipping, I could ship you one to borrow, or I could just give you one, honestly. I don't need all 5. Like it, I mean, I don't know, it's nice to have 5, but like I said, I'm not playing 5 of them. My GameCubes, I have 17 because I play 17 of them. And for those of you who are wondering, there's not a 17th on the screen, what are you talking about? This one. It's my personal gameplay one. What do I got in it? Ooh, I got a high value game in there right now, actually. Cubivore. Such a fun game, but I'm always so scared to touch it because it's not cheap. By the time I got everything going, it'd probably be out by now. That's fair, but I mean, you'd never be too late. If it's good, it's good. People will like it. I appreciate the offer, man. Seriously. I couldn't take that, though. I do seriously appreciate it, though. Hey, man, I mean it, and it's no skin off my back, so, I mean, like, don't feel like I'm going out of my way or anything. I only offer because I genuinely want to, so... If you like, if you genuinely want to play through them again, just let me know. I'd be happy to help. Don't feel any sort of way. But no, I get that. The hype of knowing you get to experience it with I imagine the graphics will be a little bit remastered to some extent, maybe just like, you know, upscaled. Should be nice. Higher refresh rate too. Won't have it at, I imagine, what, 30 FPS? Is what it released at? 480i? Or 480p? I think it's 480i, isn't it? I don't know. Totodile, what are you up to, man? You, are you doing your Mightyena hunt? Or, no, you didn't get the Eevee, did you? Or did you? I'll have to recheck the trailer and see how much better it looked. Yeah, check it out, let me know. You could also, if you want, you're in the Discord, right? If you are, you can send it in the pit. In the Discord. Oh, my tea is disappointingly cold. Like, it's not cold, but it's not as hot as it should have been. Just still shiny hunting Eevee, getting some eggs. Heck yeah, buddy. For a sec I thought you meant separately, like the eggs were food. And then I realized you're talking about egg hunting it. Because I'm stupid. I was gonna say, oh yeah, I had eggs for lunch today, that's what... Anyway, that's awesome. What are the egg odds in that game? I'm not too familiar. Oh, excuse me. Also, what would you guys think if I did some sort of challenge video regarding Pokemon Legends Arceus? Or Arceus, however you say it. I always said Arceus, but then I saw some people were starting to say Arceus and I felt judged. So, there's that. 1 out of 512. That's nice. That's nice. That's basically my odds here. It's like 1 in 560, technically speaking. Like, obviously, my theoretical odds stay the same. It's 1 in 8,192. But, because of how many consoles I have, if you want to be technical, it should take roughly 560-something console resets. To get a shiny, which is relatively accurate. Ooh, challenge run? Yes, yes. I want to do something really obscure, something that's like... I want to, you know, I'm not gonna lie. One, I think challenge runs would be really fun, especially with the chat. Like, I mean, that's what we're doing now, right? It's just really fun for me. So yes, challenge videos, but two, like, I'm not gonna lie, I know challenge videos do really well on YouTube, and I think I'm a good enough storyteller, and I can learn to be a good enough editor, that I can make a nice polished, you know, 25-minute video out of a good challenge. Like, oh my god, for the Kanto side of this challenge, do you know how long the video's gonna be? It's gonna literally be like 45 minutes. If not longer. You know how much editing is going to have to go into that? I'm going to be editing thousands of hours of footage. I can't even, like, that's probably going to take me months after I'm done the decks. Unless I start compiling it before. I guess I can make it as I go. And keep it as an open thing that I edit time to time. But yeah, like, what kind of challenges would you guys like to see? Want to do a Gen 3 Soul Link Nuzlocke? Now, I'm not gonna lie, I just I'm not fully familiar. I roughly know what a Nuzlocke is, but a Soul Link, I'm not entirely sure of what that is. Can you give me a rundown of what this challenge run would entail? I could do a shiny only run on Arceus, but wouldn't that be too easy, don't you think? Maybe not, but I feel like that'd be too easy. I'd be down to do it though. I feel like we could do like shiny only plus another stipulation. Like I want when this video is posted for people to think, how the hell did he manage that? I want it to be shocking. I don't mind a challenge. I'll get it done. At some point I will. I am driven. I love doing weird things that I enjoy. So if we can make it like really tough, I'm not opposed. A Soul Link is basically a two-person Nuzlocke where if something bad happens to one player, it happens to both. Oh, God. So if one of us fails the Route 1 encounter, we both do. Okay, so we could do something where, like, say it's a split screen, right? So if what you see here is the whole YouTube video screen, right? So say it's split right here down the middle. Me on one side, you on another side, have the video split like gameplay, and then have up here the cameras, like just in the corners, and then just kind of split that together into a long video for the whole Soul Link. Is that kind of what you're thinking? I'm out of ideas for PLA. Oh, Totodile, you can think of more. You're young, you're creative. I trust in your young, hip brain to come up with another idea. I'm just bugging you, man. Or another example, if we were both 5 badges in and I lose my Viridian Forest encounter, you have to release yours as well. Ooh. That would be... that'd be tough. But yeah, that'd be cool. I think that would do really well. Lot of editing. Lot of editing. I want to make sure these are like polished. But I know we can do it between the two of us for sure. Especially like if we screen share over Discord while one's editing one part and one's editing another or whatever. I think we could make that work out pretty well. Or, I mean, depending on the cost, I don't mind paying an editor to make something look professional, but I'd rather learn. I'd much rather learn and actually get to understand how it's done. I'm not smart. I barely passed fractions in school. Well... could you tell me how many times out of 10 you passed them? No. I'm bugging you. Because it'd be like 5 out of 10, 1 over 2. It's a joke anyway. That doesn't mean you're not smart. You can't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. By that I mean everybody has different skills and learn sets. You may not naturally be as amazing at problem solving something like that. as somebody else might be, but you might be much better at a certain, say, a certain sport or another area of expertise that they're not. So don't feel bad about that. Just because you don't do well on one thing, that doesn't mean you're not smart. Everybody shines in different places. Intelligence isn't a binary thing. Yeah, that layout would be the biggest issue. I'd have to do some research myself. Yeah, like because we'd have to... God, I thought I saw a shiny. Oh. Like our editing style would have to be the same. And then somehow splicing it together, that'd be tough. 6, you say, Totodile? I think you're being pessimistic. Bro, that day you taught me about percentages, the next day at school we learned percentages, so I was feeling I was ahead. I forget what it was in the stream. Why were we talking about it? Was it talking about shiny odds? I think I remember that conversation. And that's funny, did that help you? No, for my GBA 10% off stuff. 10% off? Why were we talking about a percent off of a... I know what you're talking about, like the buying of the Game Boy Advance. Was it or was it selling the... Oh, I don't remember. But hey, I'm happy it helped you. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in school, or well, actually, that's not true. I just got out of I just got out of trade school in December. I'm not done. I just finished that year. But like actual school, I haven't done that for like 7 years. So it's been a minute. I know a little bit, not a lot. I am just a mechanic. Jam's here to help out Totodile. I love it. Always come to your fellow Poketubers, we don't get mad. True. I'm just happy to help, you know? I always grew up wanting to see the best in people, and like wanting to think that people wanted the best for me, right? And that wasn't often or always the case. I just feel like if I can do that for somebody else, I'm doing younger me a service, for one. But I don't know, I just feel like it's the right right kind of way to go about things. My throat is so dry. Holy. Adding and subtracting, mixed number fractions, and turning mixed numbers into improper. For a mixed number, is that cross multiply or is that common denominator? I gotta say, I can't really recall. It's LCD, isn't it? Adding and subtracting is common to not. Oh yeah, that's right. That's and then cross multiply is for, well, obviously not adding and subtracting. Okay, so that's easier. Luru, what's that? I'm not familiar with that, that statement. Wonder if we're gonna see anything sparkle soon. That'd be cool. I don't know, it's something in fractions. Do you know anything about it, Totodile? Any part of it you can relay that you understand of it? Like, I take it that's an acronym. Do you know any of the letters for it, if that's the case? This is crazy how we've been basically hitting odds or more for most of our hunts. Granted, I guess I shouldn't say that. The last one we had, because we got 2 shinies last stream. The last one we were 11,000 and then 2,000. Essentially. Those aren't, they weren't like flat on the money, but it was like 11 and a half and 27.58, I think. Don't quote me on that though. Could be off by a little bit. 27.62 or something. I don't really know my multiples like that. Not for 16. Not really, I don't remember. My mom was so bad at fractions, so I guess I got it from her. Hey, you can always improve. You can always improve. Never put yourself under a ceiling, so to speak. When you say you can't do something, that is when you set your limitation. Before you say you can't do it, that's when you're capable of doing it. I guess that's a really silly way of saying that. Point is just don't put boundaries for yourself. If you're bad at it, just consider it an opportunity to get better. That's the best way to look at things. For the mix to improper, you have to say 2 2/3, take the denominator and multiply it by the whole number and then add it to the top. That's your numerator and denominator stays the same. Heck yeah. So it would be 8 over 3, 2 times 3 equals 6, and that's 6 plus 2. Correctamundo. Didn't really remember that until you said it, but can verify correctness to some degree. Heck yeah, Totodile is getting free tutoring in the Shiny Hunt stream. This is what we like to see. Free Shiny Hunt tutoring. Ooh, is he right? Is Totodile getting it? Is our man learning what is up? Oh, he gets it. It is clicked. The puzzle pieces have aligned. The stars have clicked together. I guess that's kind of bass-ackwards, isn't it? Bass-ackwards. The sub in addition is a bit hard to explain in the chat, but basically with different denominators, you want to find the first number that both denominators go to. Yeah, I can't really think of a simpler way to put that. Basically, just take, like, if you have, like, 7 and 4, go 4 times 2, 8. 7 times 2, 14. Okay. And then take the number you had, multiply that by 2. And basically go until, yeah, you find the lowest number that they both match at. Exactly what Jam said. That's a lot of goddamn Rattata. Holy. That was a whole lot of Rattata. Oh, and even more coming right up. Ooh. Rattata in the building. Well, actually, I think he's outside, but... close enough. One might say. So what numbers go into 20 and find the least common one between 20, for example? Sorry. So what numbers go into 20 and then find the least common one between 20 and, for example, 12? Well, 12 doesn't evenly go into 20. I'm probably just not understanding what you're saying, though. I have a really hard time, like, taking text and converting it to knowledge, I guess you could say. It's just, yeah, I know, it's hard for me to take what somebody writes and actually understand it how they meant to. Which, I guess, makes sense. Connotation is usually lost in text, but 20, 1, 2, 4, 12, 1, 2, 4, 6. Oh yeah, the LCD between 20 and 12 is 4. Theoretically. No, well, would it be though? Or would that have to be... God, oh. My ignorance is showing. It's been so long since I've actually learnt this stuff. Like, I graduated high school in 2017. Oh, I didn't see the 2 there. No, it's not 2. But yeah, I graduated high school in 2017 and kind of stopped thinking about school from then on. Oh, 8,000 flat, nice. Next one will be 111,000. But yeah, try to think about school as minimally as I can. Yeah, the numerators, you can't change the denominators without changing the numerators, because if you don't change the numerator, then you're changing the, I guess, the ratio of the fraction, and it is no longer the same. It's not the same thing that you had before. What you do to one, you do to the other. I mean, I guess that's a common thing in math. What you do to one side of the equation, you do to the other. Same goes for fractions. Goodness, yeah, it's been a while though. I'm thinking we're gonna go over odds. It's looking like it. Yeah, what Billen said, if you only change the denominators, it's a completely different number. Yeah, they must be multiplied by the same amount. Can't believe I said 4 instead of 2. That was stupid. I'm not trying my best. We are basically at odds. This is at the point where it is terrifying. Man, this has been a refresher for me too. Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. How old are you, Jam? I think we're the same age, but I might be wrong. But yeah, definitely been a minute for me. 21. Okay, you're a little younger than me then. I'm 24. 24. 24. It's a little Spanish and French for you. Yeah, 21, 24, it's all the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. I mean, not literally, obviously, but our life experience is not that different. Lengthwise. I don't even know why I'm saying this. It doesn't matter. I'm just rambling about dumb stuff. So, if we do see a shiny, because I know in the chat there, in the poll, I put just Spearow as a reference for what we could get. But if anybody wants to pipe up and let me know what they think we may find, if not a Spearow, or if it is a Spearow, if you want to just let me know what you think we're gonna find, be happy to see that down in the chat. Let me know. Once you go to math for a certain time, the memory is all the same. How much eggs do you think I'll hatch until shiny? I'm gonna say 258. I think you're gonna get 2/3 odds. Well, I'm already past 2/3 odds. I'm almost at odds. Or do you mean... Oh, you mean Totodile. I'm stupid. Right over my head. Yeah, we're pushing we're pushing more than 2/3. We're definitely pushing more than 2/3. I'm gonna stream a little longer and go over odds a bit. But I don't know how long. I'm not gonna make that finite. I'll kind of just go by how I feel. How rumbly my tummy is. This is odds, so here we go. Is it a shiny on number 5? Damn, it's always cool if you can get one on odds. But odds we get not. Man, though, I wish my worries were still fractions. Now it's trying to get a footnote right, hoping I don't meet with the college dean about an incorrectly placed citation period. Yeah, it's one stress for another. It's unfortunate. It's just a constant trade-off. And you know, I hope your stuff on YouTube like really takes off and you can eventually just do that for a living, because that would be just so much nicer if you didn't have to, you know, you'd have so much less to worry about. Yeah, you'd have to stress about videos and video ideas, but at least it's something you're passionate about. I don't think you're passionate about footnotes. And in the grand scheme of things, like, obviously it's going to be different when you get your degree, because you're not getting a degree in footnotes. I don't know. I just like to see everybody succeed. Sometimes I'm envious, but I like to see everybody succeed. Note, but those footnotes sure can end my degree. Probably not, but still. Let's hope they don't. That'd be less than ideal. Goodness, how over odds do you think we're going, guys? If you got any sort of guess, let me know. At this point, I'm thinking we're 10k plus. It's never just like 8,472. I say that because I think we actually got one at 8,472. 25k encounters, let's get it. Oh god. Oh, we hit 23 on our first Rattata. That was enough. 23,000 for that stinky rat. I personally don't think that was a fair trade-off. I think I got duped. I should have had like 4 stinky rats. 25k, I'll rock with it though. I don't want to, but I will. If we keep going 25k for encounters though, you know how long this dex is gonna take? Way longer than I thought. Yeah, that was a time. That was a lot of Pidgeys, Rattatas, Caterpies, and Weedles in front of my eyes. I was really hoping to get a 5%er, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. Because in the forest, they're a lot more abundant anyway. But I was hoping. Would have been cool just to have the 5% one, right? But, I mean, to me, that doesn't really matter too much, honestly. Lips itchy. You know, oh shit, I didn't see you said something there. You'll have your 20k and you're just 20 with a font like this. Sorry, you'll have, I'm trying to see. You'll have your 20k and you're just 20 with a HUD like this. And you're just 20. What do you mean by that? Sorry. I don't, I didn't get that. What I was gonna ask though is I was gonna say, I don't know if you've been here for the last couple of streams, but I've been changing the layout a little bit. So I added the run timer at the top right, right here. Okay, yeah, okay, I thought that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure. Let's hope so. I had one that was like 700. That one was pretty nice. I wasn't angry at it. But yeah, I was gonna say I made some layout changes. So I changed that, and then what else was it? I changed the text font for all of the numbers because it wasn't very legible. And oh yeah, I changed the size of like the living dex progress and the numbers and the living dex encounters and the numbers to go with it, just for legibility. That being said, I want to say it's looking a little bit more clean. What are your thoughts on it? Is there anything you would improve or you would change? You definitely will. You're basically at 1 in 500, so it's almost inevitable. The question is just when. Yeah, it'll... I'm sure it'll be a while, but at some point we'll get it. Throughout the whole Kanto, Hoenn, and Johto dexes, for sure. Not a doubt in my mind. The timer is super cool. I'm loving the add-ons / counters in this challenge. Awesome, I appreciate that. Like, the thing is I know it makes everything super busy. But like, that information just needs to be there. It just makes sense for the hunt. So, there's a lot of shit on the screen, but it all has a purpose. I just realized, what's the plan for the Johto starters? Oh, that's gonna be just this, you know, the standard old soft reset hunts, I think. Maybe not, actually. I wouldn't mind doing some breeding. Because I actually, fun fact, on my own time, before I streamed, I hunted one of each. I have a Cyndaquil, a Chikorita, and a Totodile. All in my, I think they're in my crystal version. But like I said, I wasn't recording it because I didn't stream. So being that I did those hunts, they're very long. The Johto starters are very, very shitty to hunt. It's like 1.5 minute resets. If I recall correctly, anyway. To soft reset the Johto starters. Oh, I guess, sorry, that's, I see what you're talking about. I'm gonna do the Johto starters in, sorry, gonna itch my eye here. I'm gonna do the Johto starters in Gen 2. I'll show, actually, I don't want to whip it all out, but I've got a little briefcase, and I've got, like, well, 16 copies between gold, silver, and crystal. But at some point I might do it in Gen 3 as well. Same as, like, I might shiny hunt Gen 1, where you gotta do all the like all the stats. You do the hunts by stats and all the numbers associated with them. Would you be counting that towards the living dex? The Gen 2, like, in Gold, Silver, Crystal? I would say so, because I like to keep Pokemon from their gens in their original games, usually. I count FireRed and LeafGreen the way I do, just because, well, Gen 1 is very, like, before they made the remakes, it was very different. Like, it's the same game, but it just wasn't nearly as clean or anything. I mean, just the one on screen, because I didn't know if that was strictly Gen 3 or not. Yeah, no, the one on screen, I think I'll count it towards. I think that, I know I can't trade them up to Gen 3, but I think I'm gonna count it. Because essentially, it really is a Gen 1 through 3 dex. But, yeah, like, eventually I want to get everything in every, like, eventually I will, I have a few emeralds. I will get the national dex and then go from there. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot... Oh. Sorry. My eye is so irritated, I don't know why. There's a lot of Pokemon I gotta get beforehand, so... I don't really even think I can say anything for certain that far in the future. Would Ace be an option to hunt them? Might be easier than the National Dex option. I'm not familiar. Can you, I think this might have been explained to me before, but can you familiarize me? I'm not sure what Ace is. Oh, the Ace, isn't that... Yeah, you were telling me about that. Isn't that a glitch? You were saying you were... Yeah, you did a whole video where you were Ace glitching. It's coming back to me now. I hope I'm not wrong, but... Okay, yeah. Ace's arbitrary code execution. It's how I did stuff like Mirage Island encounters and even got my own RNG. As long as I'm not doing... Like, as long as they're real hunts, I guess. Can you... Like, can you... I don't know if I could do that without RNG, can you? Or, like, without RNG manipulation, is what I mean. Because that's my one thing I'm strict with. I don't, I think it's cool, but it's just not my cup of tea. I think the big, rewarding factor of doing this is the fact that it's such a huge task. See, I wasn't sure. I was thinking with arbitrary code execution, like, are you making it, like, how do I say this? So if you can continually, like, can you soft reset on an arbitrary code executed Pokemon? Because in that case, I would understand. But I thought you'd have to actually make it shiny through the code. If execution, if that makes sense. I've seen a little bit on that stuff, but it's been a while. Ace can be used just to make things accessible, like you could make the Johto starters appear at Birch's lab if you have the National Dex. Yeah, that's definitely something I'd be interested in, then. I think that would be reasonable, given, well, depending on the situation. Nah, Ace is what allows you to obtain and do events. RNG is what allows you to get them shiny. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, no, Ace wouldn't be an issue for me then. I think for stuff that's unreasonable, that's a very fair choice. Like, I know for, for Gold, Silver, Crystal, I want to get a legit shiny Celebi there, so I'm gonna have to... Oh, is it the coin case glitch? I think, to get a legit shiny Celebi. It's gonna be a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that. Just because it's on 16 games, right? And then I think in Crystal there's extra steps. But I might be wrong. I don't know if that's correct. There's coin case, but that's basically using Ace to make a shiny. Crystal has the GS ball, which is a normal hunt. Yeah, but if I'm doing this in original Gen 2, wouldn't I have to do some sort of manipulation to get the GS ball? Because that's not an obtainable item anymore. That was a giveaway, wasn't it? If you wanted to get Celebi Shiny in Gen... jeez. In Gen 3, Ace and Emerald could allow you to do a full odds hunt. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that as well. I think Celebi is cool enough, I'd like to have it in multiple gens. The one I'm really excited to do is Wishmaker Jirachi. Jeez, my voice keeps cracking. I'll probably grab another 1 or 2 bonus discs and do that as a mass hunt to some extent. There's a corruption method. I did like 1600 resets once with it. But yeah, there's a corruption method that works pretty well. Yeah, if you're on the GB version, yeah, if you get the Virtual Console and the DS, it comes with it. Yeah, I do have the Virtual Console one as well. That's just not the one I'll be playing on. I might at some point, but that's not the one I'll be playing on first. I did the Celebi Ace in Emerald, and I think it's my favorite full odds shiny hunt just because of how crazy it is to do. I've seen it a little bit, but I'm honestly not... I mean, I've never done it, right? So I'm not too familiar. What does it entail? I also wouldn't mind getting an action replay and in Gen 4... Because I think after I do all these gens, I'll probably do Gen 4 and 5 as well. We're talking years down the line, right? But I'd like to get a... I actually have an action replay. I'd like to use it and do like a shiny Arceus hunt in Gen 4. Get the Azure Flute. You basically use Ace to change the encounters in Mirage Island to any Pokemon you want. I did that with Celebi, and it's a normal 1 in 8,192 hunt. Yeah, that's pretty kick-ass. I like that. I mean, it's not... I mean, for something that's basically unobtainable, that's as legitimate as it's gonna get, right? In my opinion. Oh, Jam, another thing I wanted to point out that I changed in, another thing that I changed about the stream. I did not realize that you can change the bitrate that OBS outputs. And I was set at like 1600 or like 1400. So I changed it to 14,000, and now it should be much clearer. More crisp, more juicy. If you wanted for that Arceus, there's a glitch to get to the Arceus room without AR. Really? Is it like a wall glitch? I take it? Honestly, it doesn't look too much different. Not in a bad way, it just looks solid before and now. Appreciate that, I appreciate that. No, it's really, the main screen, like, oh, I guess you can't see where I'm pointing. Everything over here and down here, geez, that won't really look too much different. It's the camera that really made a change, because before the camera was like all grainy and it was kind of like almost smeary, I would say, whereas now it's a lot crisper. And I used NVIDIA Broadcast to kind of blur out the background behind me just a little bit, add some obscurity. But no, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Hmm. I think part of that too is excuse me. Excuse me. That was disgusting. I think a big part of what helped too is that I got a ring light. I didn't have very even lighting in my room before, so it was not that easy to make out my face without like a lot of shadows and stuff. Oh, guys, when's this thing gonna pop up? It's gotta be 10k plus. At this point, I feel like it's destined. Man, watching this is making me seriously want to go get back into Gen 3 hunting. You should, man. It's so fun. There's a lot of work entailed in it, for sure. Even with 16, I kind of find it to be not quite enough sometimes, but ooh, 112,000 and 9,000. But it's so rewarding, and the sprites are so pretty, and the art is so nice. I am so biased. I just love it. It really is. Definitely my favorite gen to do it in. Just been doing too many other live things. Well, hey, that's fair. I mean, you get into doing something for a while, and it's just... it's what you enjoy. You don't necessarily do... that was a stupid way to say it. You're not necessarily going to do the same things all the time. Your interests are going to shift, right? Oh. Yeah, me either. That's really weird. In the 100 hours I've streamed, that's never happened. Shit. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry about that. Is it still buffering for everybody? That was insane. Yeah, sorry about that. That was like... that was disgusting. That was like a solid minute. And the weirder thing is, I don't think anyone's home. That was weird. How much did you say you rose your bitrate again? It's pretty high. My bitrate's at 14,000. But I've done like 5 streams with it at 14,000, and I've never had a buffering issue. I might have to turn it down to like 13k. But yeah, it's definitely, like, I know the bitrate definitely can affect it. It just hasn't yet. So I'm skeptical. I know if it's too high, it can create issues because it causes your software to run harder, and if the internet's slower, then that can cause issues as well. Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. The thing is I am I'm about 30 feet from my router, and my internet's like 120 megabits per second up and down. It's not fantastic, but it's not bad. It only happened once though, so it's probably just an internet connection mess up. Yeah, I think that's definitely the case, because in the, well, what, 105 hours now of streaming, I've never had that happen. I've had like a couple times where for like a couple seconds it buffers, but never really much more than that. That was just like really bad. Excuse me. Well, I think if we don't get one by 10k, I'm gonna stop. I think that's a fair amount of time. I've been on stream longer than I planned to be, but I enjoy it. It's just I also have a girlfriend that wants to eat, and I don't want to make her cook alone, so... Oh, 112? Oh, I thought it was 128, 128. It would have been cool. Granted, she hasn't bugged me about it, which surprises me. But yeah, we'll go to 10k and then... I'll call her. I'll call her, because I miss her. But maybe if we're lucky, a nice little golden Spearow will say, hey, at 9600. Just popping out to say hi. Well, I best be getting food and get ready to head to bed. It was fun popping in, and I hope you get the shiny soon. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It was nice having you here. I really appreciate you stopping by. Hope you have a fantastic night, and yeah, get that food in you, get enough rest, and kick some ass in your track tomorrow. I know you'll do her. Well, I gotta say, this definitely... These streams recently have definitely opened my eyes. I had a very false confidence when it came to how many shinies we could get at a quick pace. And, yeah, I've been proven that it is not all sunshine and rainbows. Because I've had so many, I mean, I had so many under odds hunts, to be fair, but so many over odds hunts too. It's crazy. Hey, have a good night, Jam. Thanks again. Take care. Yeah, this is definitely... Oh wow, that one encountered immediately. That's impressive. RNG is just such an impeccable thing. Sometimes it's so kind to you, and sometimes, I mean, the thing you have to consider is if you envision rolling a die, with 8,192 flat sides, and you marked one side, imagine trying to roll it on that one side. So like I do these hunts, I go under odds a bunch of times, I get this false confidence. But then you don't do well, and you look back and you envision it, and it's like, well, that actually makes a lot of sense. I guess I just got too lucky in the start. But I guess the other thing too is in all my personal hunts, when I was hunting on 4 Game Boy Advances, I still found that I was super lucky most of the time. So maybe this is the change where once we go to post it online, it's going to take us like 6 million encounters to do the Kanto Dex. I could see it. It is genuinely going to take like a couple million encounters though. I'm pretty sure. Like 2 or 3 million for Kanto. I forget the theoretical odds of it, but I think it's close to that. I feel like for a change of scenery, we should move to the left side of this patch of grass. I think that's a good idea. Maybe let's try to do it here. Once we run from this, let's see if we can... Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, would you look at that. And just like that, we've switched sides. Is that not just impressive? Imagine if we got a shiny the first time we switched sides. Like, oh shit, guys, that's all we needed. We cracked the code. It wasn't that we were fighting against RNG, it was the fact that the shiny was on the other side of the patch. Obviously. Why would this not be Gen 4 mechanics? Can't change my mind there. Of course, our last hunt we get like 2. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Of course, our last hunt we get like 2,000 encounters, so this one has to be drawn out. But you know, it's not like the previous one was drawn out or anything, or even the one before that, or no, couldn't have been. Also, 9,500. There comes a time where I look at all this stuff and it kind of just blends in, and I start to not have to look at each individual screen to know there's not a shiny. I've just seen them all so much that I can give a quick glance, and that's about all I need to know. Watch, I'll say that and I'll fail a shiny. Wait, why is... Why is that one on the right side of the patch? How did it even get there? That's disorienting. What the hell? That should not be the case. $96. We're almost at 10k, guys. And the crazier part is we started this hunt today. When I started the stream, we had 0 encounters. That means in the last 5 hours, we have seen almost 10,000 Pokemon. That doesn't even sound real when I say that. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna find one there. Kinda gotta go over here. That was weird, there was like lag on that. How did original hardware get lag? Maybe the multi-viewer didn't like it? I don't know, that's weird. That's genuinely peculiar. $96.96, that's a cool one. Oh shit. I remember why I wasn't hunting on the left side. Can anybody guess why? Yeah, that's a really annoying thing to have to deal with. You know, on the bright side, after 10k, we might have encountered Pokédex. Okay, I've got most of them there. But yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I guess I should check. I don't know what the hell happened there. That was really weird. Oh, it's because the button input confuses the... I see. Okay, let's see. Have we... Oh, what? Yeah, I'll just check these ones independently. So... no Pokédex. Okay. And then we'll just double check these ones. Okay, so we've got no Pokédex, I don't think. We do have a shiny cheese rat. And then also another shiny cheese rat. And a shiny weird looking Apom. Nevertheless, are any of these still on the left side? Okay. So I just gotta get my elastic band back on the controller here. Such as to not ruin my thumbs. There we go. That reminds me of that that one episode where Stewie takes like Brian's ADHD medication, and Brian walks into his room and he's like, "Welcome to Pillow World, Brian. Let me get up and greet you." And he doesn't even move. He just sits there with his eyes shot. There we go. Like, yeah, I don't know. Stuff makes me laugh. He was in Pillow World, though. He wasn't lying about that. Nobody can ever say that Stewie was not in Pillow World. You might argue he did not get up and greet him, though. That's an argument I would not refute. Okay, that's useful. I didn't plan on that happening, but it worked. Nothing with a sparkle, hey? Treating me like I'm some... Ugh. I don't know what I was gonna say. I just feel like I should have gotten a shiny by now. Maybe that's because that's how theoretical odds work. Maybe that's just me being naive. Okay, so it's like... there. I kept getting pulled over to the right side because of how the elastic was sitting on the controller. So I had to kind of adjust it so it pulled more straight up. Well, we're just about crested at that 10k mark, and like I did say, if we didn't get a shiny by then, that will be the end of the stream. But we'll see here. I mean, realistically, anything's possible, but I think we're going to be back on Sunday here, continuing this hunt. Oh, we're not meaning to go to the bag. I mean, I'm trying to get to the bag, just not when I'm shiny hunting. Different kind of bag. What do they say? Chase the bag? Yeah. Something like that. 9888. Nice. Alright guys, we got less than 100 encounters before that is it for the night. Which in other words, that's like 6 resets. Which is like 3 minutes, if you really break that down. Is that though? Yeah, I think so. That was terribly out of sync. I really can't say I was proud of that one. $99.52. Are we gonna hit? No, we probably won't hit 113,000, I don't think. It depends on if we'll land on an even 10,000 on the current encounters. Oh, excuse me. No need to be yawning like that. $84. This is the last one, guys. This is it. Make or break. Really? Do we do one more? Should I do one more encounter before we go? I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna do one more. 10,000 flat, and then we'll hit our 113,000. And then that'll be it. There we go, guys. Well, it was a great time. I gotta say, I thought we would come out of this with a shiny, but it's okay. That's not always the case. You win some and you lose some. Yet I don't think we lost. We got some more progress. That's what matters. So with that being said, let's just save up here. We got what, roughly 30 hours on each save. Pretty solid. You know what? Just for the sake of it, I'll do one last encounter before I go. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Hey, Damo. Have a good night. I hope you take her easy. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate you lurking. It's all good. I know the feeling. I've never been one to... Ah, screw it. I'm doing one more encounter. I've never been one to, like, talk too much on stream. It's a lot of energy for me personally. Well, unless I'm the one streaming. But, no, I appreciate you being here. It means a lot. I know you're chilling. I'm getting addicted again. I gotta do one more now. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, this is genuinely the last one, I swear. Alright guys, yeah, we didn't get anything today, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna come back on, I'm gonna say it's gonna be Sunday afternoon, and we'll be back looking again, trying to find our Spearow. I appreciate you guys all being here tonight. I appreciate if you were lurking, if you were active in the chat, if you just stopped by, dropped a like, and popped out, whatever the case may be. You happen to click on this video and connect with the stream a little bit tonight, and that means a ton to me. So I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time of the day it is for you. And I look forward to seeing you in the next stream. I have some long form content coming out soon, so look forward to that in the next week or two. Should be some really nice. I'll let you guys see it. You can judge for yourself, but there's a lot of love and care put into it, so I think you guys will appreciate it and enjoy it for what it is. But without further ado, that was me. Appreciate you guys all being here. Hope you guys do fantastic. Have a great night.